Welcome back to the 2023 IFSC World Champs and the men's semi-final for Boulder and Lead. We've just had the women's semi-final, we'll chat about in a minute. But first of all, my name is Matt Groom. I'm joined by Shauna Coxey next to me in the commentary box. Shauna, it's been a moment, but we're back. What a women's semi-final we witnessed earlier on.
I was going to say a quick reset, but quite literally on our Boulder wall. Yeah, it's been an eventful morning already, and we've got the men's Boulder round of the Lead and Boulder semi-finals about to start. The crowd has packed out a little bit in here. I feel like everyone's energy levels are a bit up after maybe a slower start than usual this morning, but the boulders look really cool, I think.
Absolutely, and we got a start list here, but just a brief one for people who were watching the earlier round. Janja Garnbret got a bit of a nasty fall. She's okay. We watched her walking around. No, we don't think any major problems from her. And Shauna, you saw her briefly, didn't you?
Yeah, so I've just been hanging out in the Adidas Terex Athlete Hub. A big shout out to them for looking after all their athletes so well, and for having a great supply of snacks in there. So yeah, just been hanging out with Janja in there. She said I was allowed to let everyone know she's fine. She was just getting a little bit of treatment, just standard treatment that you would normally get after a round. She did tell me to let everyone know that she was being really dumb on the final boulder. I am not calling Janja Garnbret dumb, just so everybody knows they are her own words that she said I could say. But yeah, she's feeling great. She said she loved the boulders, had so much fun climbing them. I think she enjoyed the challenge, and yeah, is just chilling out, ready for Lead later on, and I'm sure she'll be coming in to watch the boulders for the men too.
Excellent. Well, good to know and have that update. And a quick one on the rules. I've had people ask me where they can find the rules for this format. If you go to the IFSC website, at the top there's some bars. You click on events and the rules are under there. Go to 2023 and you can find everything you want to know about the season. But of course, we will be going through the rules because they are a bit unique for the Boulder and Lead. And the main thing you'll notice is scores on the wall, because we have a decimal point system instead of the normal system here.
Yeah, we have a point system. It's very, very different to how Boulder rounds would normally be scored. So for anyone watching that's familiar with Boulder competitions, they are not familiar, they are normally judged on attempts and zones, and then attempts to top and attempts to that zone. Here it's a little bit different. Attempts do count because you get a minus 0.1 per attempt, and as you climb you are collecting the 5 zone and then the 10 zone, and you get 25 points for the top. But of course, if it takes multiple attempts, then the 0.1 will be subtracted from that.
Perfect. Well, thank you for running through that. And it has made some really interesting scenarios. A few things I noticed was that the athletes keep climbing for longer because there's more points available. And going further on the boulder, you get rewarded for that. And I like that as a feature.
I really like it actually too. And I quite like the 2 zones in the sense that it's easier to watch and understand how they're getting points. And also the fact that climbers are awarded those points for the further they get, which it can always feel like a punishment if you drop the last move and someone only just gets to the zone and therefore you get the same score. But here it is different. We are seeing different approaches in how the climbers are with their time management, with their tactics. It's quite fascinating to watch, and I feel like the climbers are learning that as well. Also, the fact that this is one round of the semi-finals of Lead and Boulder. So this is the Boulder round. They had the Lead round to come tonight, and I think that is changing how people are performing on the wall. We're not seeing kind of that desperation in the fight up the last block, which we often do see in Boulder rounds specifically, especially with the Lead specialists. I feel like it does seem to look as if they're holding back slightly, which makes sense. These athletes have done so much climbing just to get here. They have gone through the Boulder World Championships, the Lead World Championships. Their results have been put together, and we're seeing the top athletes. And our first athlete of the men's is out on the stage now.
Yeah, Colin Duffy enters the arena. He had a bit of a disappointing Boulder round in the individual event. He came 45th, and Colin, I talked to him the other day at the IFSC Athlete Forum, and he was just saying to me how much he was looking forward to getting back and showing what he can actually do out there.
Yeah, Colin Duffy, he is an Olympian. He's maybe not had the competition that he would have wanted so far. He's been chatting online about competition climbing being like a roller coaster with many highs and lows. He said he's had some slow climbs to the top and sudden drops too.
There we go. And Colin, you can see his left ankle heavily strapped. He rolled that a couple of weeks ago, so he's bouncing back from an injury. So we wish him the best of luck. And he's quickly up to our 10-point zone, flashing up to there. So that'll be the full 10 points for Colin.
It is, and he's kind of fighting with that big blue volume that you can see here, and you can see he's hit the yellow. There is so little on that yellow hold. He's kind of looks like he's trying to find something, trying to get something. He'll have a toe hook or a heel hook underneath. I think he was using the toe hook there. That's just holding him underneath that blue volume to try and get as much pressure through it as possible, as little slip as possible. And then the last move on this one, I think, is quite a feisty number.
I absolutely agree, yeah, we saw him drop it. It's kind of a bump to the left, a bit of a palm down on the zone hold. Let's watch it again, launching upwards into the pinch. Good contact strength from him. Yeah,
great to see him really looking solid through this section. It doesn't seem like his ankle injury is holding him back too much. You can see the tape on it there. Quick work right up to the end of this climb. He got to the 10 zone on his first attempt, so he will have those 10 points collected now. I think he almost looks like he can't quite get in the right position here, maybe even drops off. Yeah, you know, he drops off, he looks at his hands, shakes his head. He's not going to be looking for zones now. The next step is only the top, so he might take a big rest. We won't see him kind of rapid firing in attempts. It's a very physical boulder. Not so risky in the sense that the moves are quite secure for him. So he'll take some time to brush, probably have a little think about how he might get that last move dialed next time.
Yeah, so Colin takes a moment here, and he's had one of those seasons where he's come close but not quite made a few finals, just outside, and it feels like it's been a confidence-building exercise the last couple of comps. Getting into this semi-final, of course, qualifying in that top 20 was a big achievement for him, so he will progress towards the finals, hopefully later on after the lead. And Colin with a big right heel, bumping up to that sloper, and it is a horrible slope of that. You really need to get involved with it.
Yeah, really need to get involved and grapple. And I wondered if we'd see any athletes doing a toe hook around the right arete. And I don't believe the route setters tried this. It looks like it's kind of made Colin quite low there. You can see his body's kind of arched underneath that blue volume, so it didn't work too well for him. So he's opting to change his method. Again, dropping off. He isn't falling, which might sound like quite a nuanced thing to point out, but when we see athletes falling, they're attempting something, they're trying something when they're dropping. So Colin couldn't figure it out there. He's choosing to drop off because he's not wasting energy trying to figure it out on the wall. He'll come back and reset on the mat. So it is quite a big difference, I think. Colin did say as well on his Instagram that it's hard not feeling 100% in Boulder, and that led to his worst result yet, finishing 45th out of 125. So, you know, still a really great effort, but not where he wants to be. So I hope he's happy with getting to the last move straight off the bat, like coming out here today, and we see him get to fight hard on the other boulders too. Yeah, it was a strong start from Colin. He's having a think now, and just to remind you watching at home that these athletes do not know the beta for the boulders. So when they're trying things, as Shauna said, and drops off, that's because they're experimenting. They have no idea how to climb these boulders. They're working it out. They're working out. They've never seen them before. We've talked about this a little bit in previous rounds. So, yeah, for people who are just joining us, just kind of starting their journey in this big long competition, climbing is quite unique. These athletes go to isolation. That isolation closes an hour before the competition starts. That's where they'll do their warm up. Often athletes can warm up for some athletes half an hour, most athletes an hour plus. So yeah, they're coming up warm and ready to climb on absolutely anything that can be thrown at them. They don't know these moves. They don't know what holds are going to be used. They are literally here seeing this for the first time right now, which is very unique to a few sports in the world. I know there are a couple, and thank you for people reaching out. A lot of orienteers. I don't actually know how to say that. That's a difficult word to say. I've reached out saying that their sport's similar too, but there are very few sports in which you compete on something you haven't practiced on. So, yeah, to walk out on that stage knowing that this is going to be leading towards an Olympic spot, whether it's at this event or at a future event, where the athletes finish here matters significantly. Absolutely. Meichi Narasaki comes out onto the stage, part of Team Japan, and there's lots of Japanese athletes in this men's semi-final. A strong team. And Shauna, something you were talking about during the women's was the fact that at this competition we have there's 2 places per nationality to win.
And both of those could go right now. So Team Japan could theoretically, or Team France could fill their slots here at the World Champs.
Yeah, if we take Team Japan as Meichi's climbing as an example, there are 5 Japanese men in this semi-final. If all 5 were to proceed to the finals, or even just 2 of them, and they make their Olympic spots, then that quota is filled, which has a huge impact on the selection events that are coming later, that are coming next year as well. A great hand stack there from Mejdi. He was kind of holding his hand on. He reaches up to that penultimate hold. There's not much on that. Coming down and looking straight at his hands and popping some liquid chalk on right now too. Yeah, for many of these athletes, they are competing in a World Championships. They're competing in lead and boulder, having just done 2 World Championships already, but they're not just competing for that Olympic spot. They are competing against their teammates because, like you said, once that quota is filled, just 2 spots per gender, per country, there are no more. And with 5 Japanese men in the semi-final, you can see just how tense that's going to get.
It really is. So all to play for the teams and athletes. And Meichi has got that second zone hold, the high zone, or HZ as it's called. And he's brushing it now because friction will be key. And the more athletes to touch those holes, the more chalk will build up and sweat and dust and all that. So he wants to make sure it's nice and clean.
And also the hotter they'll get, the more athletes that are holding them as well.
Exactly. So Meichi, make sure it's clean. And as you said, the audience here enjoying their morning of climbing. It is free to come and watch this competition. So if you happen to be in Bern and you're listening to this, pop by. It's a cool event. And there are some of the Japanese coaches watching on. And they can't do much to help their athlete out there, just shout encouragement.
Yeah, so we get a few shots of the coaches, and interestingly, the coaches tend to spend the time of isolation with the climbers. So the coaches go in with them, often a physio too. They'll be in that space. Athletes do very different things to warm up. They kind of have their own routines. Sometimes in isolation can feel quite fun and quite relaxed. Other times it feels much more tense. The feel of ISO changes quite significantly. You often don't know what you're going to expect. For anyone listening, I've done a lot of World Cups. So I've been in this position previously, and I competed at the Olympics and then retired from competition after that to focus on rock climbing. So I'm not making this up. I have been in the isolation zone. And yeah, the coaches will, as you get called to go to the call zone, usually 15, 20 minutes before you climb, the coaches will head off, do your goodbyes, and then you don't see them again until after you've finished. So when these athletes are resting between the boulders, they won't see their coaches, they won't be communicating with anybody, just in their own space, absorbed in their process of competition. There
we go. Well, that's the rules, that's the system in place, and it is good, as you say, that you've had this first-hand experience. And we're watching a replay here. Knee scum in on the right, just to get him set. Wasn't working for him that time, and you can see I think there's a bit of tape there on his knee to prevent the bleeding. And 1:24 on the clock. We start off slow in our semi-final, just 1 athlete at a time. By the midway point, we'll have 4 climbing, and then we wind things down towards the end, and we'll focus on Sorato Anraku, who will be the last climber out, having qualified in the top spot for this comp. And Meichi back on the beginning. In control at the start, into the undercling, and then a big move crossing through to the left to a blocked crimp, but fairly positive on that left hand. Up towards the right, and resets and has a chalk up with less than a minute to go. Meichi, the brother of Tomoa.
Yeah, great point. It's so cool to see like 2 brothers in this event together, and Meichi making great progress throughout this season. He seems to be stepping it up every round, giving his brother, who is an incredibly successful athlete, a bit of a run for his money.
He is. Sibling rivalry. I love to see it. And we've got a few brother-sister combos as well. The Avezou family, of course. Zelia climbing earlier on, and Meichi leaves the stage. Yeah, Sam Avezou qualifying later on into this semi-final. So yeah, brother and sister combos in the semis. 8 seconds to go. The clock will tick down. And we have a little period here, transition period, which Although it doesn't look necessary right now, when there's 4 athletes out on the stage, you need that time.
And that's a relatively new addition to World Cups and World Championships, that 10 seconds changeover. And it is such a great addition, may I say, because when that wasn't there, you'd have people running all over. If people were climbing right up until their last second of time. Yeah, I feel like we had quite a few near misses of landing on each other. So that is why we have that 10-second changeover, and it is appreciated by the athletes.
Definitely, absolutely. Right, Colin Duffy is on Boulder 2, which gives us the first opportunity to check that out. And then Yoonchang Song from Korea is on Boulder 1.
Interestingly, Yoonchang, he finished in 63rd position in Boulder, which is, I believe, our lowest position of Boulder to qualify through. And that's because he finished in 10th in lead. So his combined score meant that he qualified for this competition here. Maybe suggesting that he's not a boulder specialist, it's not his preferred discipline, or maybe just having a bad round.
Exactly, I don't think it can happen out there. Colin rests and chalks up, or shakes out, I shouldn't say rests really, it's not that restful, that position. And then up to the high zone, it's the second high zone in a row for Colin.
That was so strong from Colin and very unexpected. The route setters were thinking that would be much more dynamic, but Colin hit that 10 zone, brought his other hand in easily, no hesitation, and just went smoothly into that finish. A really strong climb from Colin there. Yeah,
good work. Got it done quick as well, which gives him more time to rest back in the isolation area. And you can see him leaving there. So we'll all pay attention to Yoonchang Song as he has a look up, trying to figure out the moves around the corner. And it's interesting, that corner. We can see it there on screen because it's not often we get an erect feature like that in a boulder comp.
It is very rare, and the setters have used it, so the climbers know that the setters are aware of it and they're including it. If the surface of the wall continues around the corner, then like it does here, so you can see, then the athletes are allowed to use it unless there is black tape, which we do see on the other end of the wall. On this climb, they haven't intended use of the erect, so going around the side or the corner, like you say, but they haven't also taped it off, so athletes can use it. It'll be interesting to see which athletes try to use it. I wondered whether we'd see some heel hooks, some toe hooks around that erect. I think it pulls you too far to the right and doesn't actually aid your performance on this climb, but we might see some of the taller climbers making use of it. Yoonchang struggling with the start section here. Like we said, he prefers lead. He's in his happy place on lead, so maybe just trying to conserve some energy or just find his flow on boulder.
And interestingly, that left hand fired off there, and that's the same thing that happened to Meichi. I caught it on the replay, so potentially one of those holes that because of the body position makes you rip it a little bit. So let's watch that left hand when he comes through next time.
There have been a lot of athletes talking about dry firing in this competition. So when we talk about slipping, it's often through sweat, but dry firing is when your skin is dry and you put too much pressure through the hold and your hand fires off. He's corrected his mistake though, and he's into that 5 zone now and hitting the 10.
Yeah, good work. So as much skin as possible on that. Wasn't going to stick it that time, just a bit out of control as he tried to make the match.
And potentially he did slip previously, because when he hit that blue zone, you could see like the sweat marks from his fingertips left up on that blue zone. Just brushed them off now, so maybe not there anymore. But you can just see how physical it is to wrestle with that big blue up there.
Absolutely, yeah. And athlete's skin, of course, everyone's a bit different. Some athletes have sweatier skin or oilier skin, and it's just up to them to manage that in any way they want. And they can use the brushes to clean the holds and help with that process.
Not just the skin that you have, how much you've used it, whether you've had lots of attempts at previous boulders in the earlier rounds of this competition, or whether you have had the lead climb of your life and left all your skin on the wall, you know, and how well you recover skin-wise and body-wise. All of that plays a part in what we're seeing here now.
And our crowd are enjoying this spectacle. And to give you an idea of the schedule, we had the women's semi-final earlier on, and we have the men and women's lead semi-final, 8:10 p.m. Central European time today. All right, 8:30. There we go. So many comps, getting confused. All right, Yoonchang has 40 seconds, and again, it's that left hand that goes.
A big rip there. It does look potentially like he might be dry firing because it's so aggressive. So maybe putting a bit too much pressure through that hand in order to try and hold on there. And you could see he almost span off the wall because it was so intense. But I want to pause now because I feel like there might be a big reaction coming.
I think so. In 20 seconds time, this crowd is going to erupt because Sasha Lehmann from Switzerland is out on the mats. As the build-up comes, we see the Swiss flags ready.
It feels like the crowd has just taken a big breath in, are ready for this cheer.
Well, in 14 seconds time, and Sasha breathing heavily as he waits. The nerves he must be feeling. And there we go. That is the reaction we'd expected. There are signs with his name on it. Everyone going crazy here in the auditorium as he runs on.
There's been an incredibly warm welcome. The whole city of Bern seems to be behind this event. Everywhere you look, people are talking about the event. There's signs, there's support. It's really cool to see a Swiss athlete in this round, and I'm sure the crowd are very excited to see what Sasha's got to offer today.
Now, something that this competition does lend itself to is that the specialists need to keep in touch in this round. Although Sasha obviously is a very good boulder climber, who's 25th in Boulder, leads, as you said, where his happy place perhaps is. So he just needs to do enough here to keep in touch for that lead comp.
You could see there a really great view of that left-hand crimp that he crossed over to. There's a little hold blocking part of the crimp, and that's just to make it much worse.
And the toe around the corner. You were asking, oh, Meichi hits that 25. Let's watch this. Right hand on, he's pressing into it, gets the match. Quick work from him. Yeah, you were asking about whether there's a possible heel there or a toe. He was using the toe.
Yeah, he was using the toe. I was wondering if there'd be a heel to get up to that 10 zone, if you'd need to pull on it in order to do the big move up to the 10. The first couple of climbers haven't struggled with that move, and they've therefore just gone straight up, no questions. And then he put the toe in on the side of the black volume as a bit of a compression to help with that match. It meant that he didn't need to do the match fast. The route setters were expecting this climb to be harder, I imagine, for that move to be really quite quick and aggressive. I wonder if we'll see that change throughout the round as the hold gets worse with chalk and heat. Our first two climbers doing it straight off the bat, though. That's going to be adding the pressure, and also the crowd now expect the climbers to do it, right? So there's going to be kind of more tension in the arena as people pull on. The crowd get more knowledgeable, just as we do, of what these climbs are like and what to expect from the climbers.
Now, Sasha, interestingly, is wrapping the thumb around that blocked jib, and Yu Chang was full crimping it, so wrapping the thumb over the top of the finger, so different hand position.
Different hand position. Often climbers will have a preferred hand position, whether that's an open hand or closed hand or a half crimp. We can geek out and talk about the intricacies of how and why and when you should choose each hold hand grip, but ultimately it tends to come down to preference. Sasha, I think he's just trying to use the thumb to aid his swing a little bit to try and get something back. Sasha's a shorter climber. He's going to be having to work a lot harder to control that swing because he's so extended from the start. So taller climbers, they often swing out a lot further, but they're able to move their hips closer to the position where they want to finish in, which means the swing's less aggressive. For Sasha, the swing is really aggressive, and similar to Yun Chan as well, he's not one of the taller climbers, so also really struggling to hold that swing.
Yeah, height is one of those things. They just need to make adjustments to how they climb a boulder, and Sasha's experienced enough to make those adjustments on the route and make it work for him.
Yeah, definitely, and height is a massive factor in climbing, and it does change how people approach the climb, and often there is a way around. We see athletes coming out later. Sorato, currently in first position, he's one of the shorter climbers too. So there are ways around, so we might see Sasha try and change what he's doing here. He's still having a really big swing, and what's happening is his hips are coming so far away from his left hand that he's got no more grip, he can't pull in. So unfortunately, that's why his hand is ripping off, just because his hips are coming so far away. For anyone new to the stream, I will be talking about hips a lot because climbing is all about your hips.
Yeah, it's Sean has proved to be a movement expert here in the commentary box, and it has been great to hear all those insights, especially from that athlete perspective. She's been out there so many times. And Sasha, though, struggling here a little to get higher on this boulder. 38 seconds to go, so he has got time to make it work.
He has, we talk about him being a lead specialist, but having a 25th position in Boulder, getting so close to that semi-final, it's set him up really well coming into this competition. So
again, that big pop with the left hand, you can almost feel it, and you can hear it with our microphones that close to the wall.
Yeah, you can, and I think he might feel a bit disappointed with that. You could see that he swung out, he started swinging back in, he was almost controlling it, but he was having to put so much pressure through that left hand that unfortunately it just ripped off.
All right, so unlucky from Sasha. He leaves the mats with a couple of seconds left to go as we watch a few of his attempts here. Reach up with that left hand, and do watch that left because that's what's going. He holds it, bang, off it goes, and he's straight back down to the mats.
We've got a tiny sneak peek of the lead route as well in the background there for any eagle-eyed viewers. Yeah,
that will come later on this evening. And the athletes were having a look at that. So you caught the shots of it during the women's semi-final. And the athletes are allowed to see the route. The decision has been made. You can't hide an entire 15-meter lead rule. So they will have an idea of the routes, but you never know. The route setters can play games. And Yuchang Song is quickly into the first zone. And you can see the score for the first time on the right. Maximum 100 points available. And that 100 points gets added to 100 for lead. And Yuchang is into the 10 high zone. And again, looking at that left hand. And we've got 3 boulders in action, in fact. I forgot Colin Duffy is going as well. Swinging a coordination jump to start off with. And that can take a while to get into your body.
Yeah, it's I guess almost a coordination swing in a way, because he's having to land in a press position. So it's yes, he is jumping, you're correct, but it's quite different in the style to some of the other jumps we've seen because of the position he's trying to land in. So he'll be pushing through his feet and pushing up with his hands. He'll have to get a big swing here, often called a lâché. So he's going to swing his hips back and forth and then ideally land on his feet. So you could see he wasn't in the position, a stable position when he's tried to stop there. What we will see if people hit this perfectly is when their hands and hit the blue and the black above the big black foot, they will stop and be super still as soon as they want to, and they won't continue moving, because I think we won't see anyone trying to fight and really be able to hold a swing because they aren't hitting anything to hold on to. They're pushing.
Yeah, that's true. There is a small jib on the blue one, but it is tiny, just for the palms. Yuchang here is getting lots of encouragement from the Korean team down at the front. No go so far. And then Sean Bailey on the top left. So 2 USA members on the mat at the same time. We had Natalia and Brooke earlier on in the women's compete. And Kyra as well. So lots of USA getting through. A busy coaching session for Josh Larson there, the head coach for USA.
Yeah, lots of US athletes. And Sean Bailey also in our lead finals. He did a really great post talking about how much watching the other guys go to battle on the route inspired him more than he has been in a long time to achieve that type of performance again himself. So really beautiful words from him about his fellow competitors after he made a mistake on that lead route. I think he's going to be really happy to be in this round. He did have a little slip up in kind of reading beta, it felt like, on the route. So yeah, definitely one to watch on the lead route later and throughout this boulder round as a previous boulder and lead World Cup winner.
Exactly, he's got the pedigree and he has made that swing to the left into the high zone. So he's got the last couple of moves to go on the middle small screen. There we go on the big screen. So a last move, and again, it's not over yet for Colin. There's a long way to go here. Eyes up the jump.
So this last jump on Boulder 3, we see lâché, so a big swing into that press move, and then it kind of you drop down into the 10 zone. It's a really, really positive hold. The climbers will know they need to go hard off it. These guys don't see jugs on their climbs very often, so when they get one, they know they need to do something special with it. And then the last movement that we just saw from Colin there, he hit with 2 hands. The setters believe you want to go 1, 2, 3. The plan was to go right hand over to the black first, so you go right hand and then left hand match in, left hand again. So quite an unusual sequence of hand movements. I'm not sure we'll see many athletes try that way. Colin tried to go 2 hands at the same time and then 1. If he can get this bit dialed and keep having attempts, if he's got enough time, I do think we might see him make great progress on this last move.
Yeah, those first moves, easier for Colin now. He's done it a few times, that muscle memory kicking in for him. But this is a tricky move, and that wall is not a slab. It's pretty vertical, and he gets the final hold, makes the match, and that will be the points for Colin. And doing well at the moment. That's 2 tops and a high zone for him, so already up to 59.5 on the scoreboard.
You could see then his hand hit that last hold and it wasn't moving. There was absolutely no movement from below his wrist. He was so strong in his contact strength when he hit that. He was able to take the time to figure out where his body position needed to be, but there was no way he was letting go when he got up there.
It was not. He's got that strength in those contact moves. Sean Bailey is making progress. He's only got 5 seconds to do it. He's matching the sloper, he comes down, so no top for Colin, but that high zone which he flashed, and that no minus 0.1 for him because he got to that high zone in the first go. And it's good to see para-athletes in as well. Please go and watch the para highlights, or the cool shots as I called it during the video, on the IFSC YouTube channel. We've got a daily show. Lots of behind-the-scenes action, so you can go and check out a belay masterclass, interviews with the para-athletes as well, so there's lots of extra content coming out of this comp.
And those highlights are from the para-climbing qualification that took place yesterday ahead of the finals that are coming tomorrow. There is so much action going on here. It's hard to keep up with, even for us being in here, but boy, is it exciting. I'm
glad you said that. I've got no idea what day we are, where we are in the world, but I know we're watching some pretty special climbing here. And Meichi turning back to face the crowd for a sec when he made that pop move on Boulder 3.
He did, and a slip from Sasha on the start there, and we've got Yoshiki out on Boulder One, so much action on the screen right now.
It's all go, isn't it? And very different from a normal semi-final round where, of course, there's lots of action, but it just doesn't seem to stop for this Boulder and lead format. And you can see that scoreboard flicking over as well. Yoshiki doing really well here, pressing with that right, popping out, and missing the left hand. And Sasha as well, he's getting involved now, catching that volume. There's not a hold on there, it's just friction and compression.
Yeah, so where his right hand hit, the volume is the bigger black hold that you can see on the screen here, for those of you who don't know, and then he hit the purple, so he slapped into that volume. Absolutely nothing there, but using it to compress to stay on. A really good adjustment after slipping, and really great progress from him here now.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd respond as well. They want their athlete to do well.
His left heel is turned right in. Really impressive heel work, footwork from him. Heel work?
Yeah, that's 2 out of 2 for Boulder Two. Good work from Sasha. There's the coaches down at the front. So Sasha will leave with a little fist bump at the audience to leave Yoshiki and Meichi still climbing.
And a good opportunity to look at Sasha's score, because he has 24.9 there, which means he did it on his second attempt, and he didn't get any points on the first boulder, so he got to the 25 score, but was marked down 0.1 because he had an attempt that didn't work.
Yeah, thank you, and we will keep explaining these rules to people new to it, because this is it's a format we don't see a lot. Of course, there's a whole series coming next year where we'll be able to talk about it, but right now the rules are a bit new for some people. And Yoshiki making progress as well on that boulder number 1.
Meichi getting really close on Boulder 3 too. He was jumping up to the paddle for the last move. When you say paddle, you'll hit the black hold and pull through, trying to reach to the top. His body position was really quite off for that move. I think he'll make major adjustments next time. You're kind of jumping in almost a groove, so you're leaning into it a little bit slabby, a little bit of a weird position to be in. Not often we see paddles and really dynamic moves like that on much steeper walls, so something that's not as practiced, I would say, is doing a move like that on an angle like this.
Yeah, it's unique setting, and the setters have made sure there's lots of different styles available on the routes, and we shouted them out earlier on, but thank you to the route setters. They were up until 7 o'clock this morning, no sleep, making sure these boulders were as perfect as they can be. But it's hard to get it 100% always. And look at Meichi now, he's pressing up and into the high zone. And that's that jug you were talking about. A jug is a good hold on the wall.
It is, and it is blocked, so you can't get much out of it. You can't use it for the foot. Meichi opting to go for a different method there. He jumped one hand to the black and one hand to the blue. He's trying to jump straight to the top of the wall. He's a taller athlete. It looked like it could work for him. We saw Colin, he got his hand on that top hold and he wasn't letting go. Meichi seemed to get it, but his arm was so extended that he wasn't able to engage. So if you hit a hold super extended, all of that pressure, all of everything you've got to hold on is your fingers at that point. If you can hit a hold with a bent arm, you can use your bigger muscles, your biceps and your shoulders to hold on to it. Hopefully Meichi can hear me and he can get a little bit higher when he hits that hold next time.
They can hear us. They get it passed on telepathically, your knowledge. And Yoshiki, look at that left hand solid. You can see the marks left by a bit of sweat there on the wall. Right hand through, and this last move, very powerful bump.
Very powerful, but look at his hips. His hips are so far to the left, and that's why he was able to make a really good upwards progression. He missed that top hold, and he's not going to have enough time, unfortunately, to get back on. But that was such impressive hip placement from him, really open, really flexible. Oh, I'm kind of sad he didn't get to do that.
Yeah. He went, but Meichi has one last opportunity here. 10 seconds on the clock. He's going to have to be quick as that left foot slips, makes the jump, but a bit too low on it that time.
Yeah, his hand did hit it, but he was so extended again. His body's twisting. I think he's trying to bring his feet up. If an athlete can get their feet on the wall there, because the top hold is an undercut, once their foot is placed, they'll push their hips up, allowing them to get weight through the arm much more easily than having to just hold on with their fingers, like I said. So yeah, really, well, if you really look for what they're doing with their feet on that last move, it'll be interesting to see who holds it without, like Colin, and then the athletes who are able to run their feet up the wall and make it a little bit easier.
I love discovering these boulders because myself and Shauna, we get to go through them on the stage with the setters, but watching the athletes do it, you get way more of an understanding, and I feel like I get to intimately know these boulders by the end of the comp. It's a learning thing. You discover them as long as you guys watching at home as well. And Meichi Narasaki, we're talking about brothers. There is the brother, and he's out and about on the wall. And we get to see Boulder 4 for the first time as Colin starts his last 5 minutes of the comp.
Tomoa, I would say, not having the boulder round he wanted. We're very used to seeing Tomoa in finals. He came 13th, but he did come 12th in lead. So the fact that he's got 2 really high scores, showing that he's focusing on the Olympics. I think he has a lot more to give to the sport, and he's quite open about talking about that. So he's here for one of those spots.
Absolutely. Hopefully he will get through to the Olympics. Well, we hope everyone would. There's no one I'm not rooting for. And Colin, with the palm there, there's a jib on that big blue volume, which is the zone hold, not the ball itself.
Yeah, so going through this climb with the route setters, so Boulder 4, interestingly, they chose to put this little jib, so the little screw on the little hold that's on the big blue hold Colin's going to step up to now on the top right of your screen. That's the 5 points, and the reason they've put that there is so that you couldn't reach to it statically to force that movement into getting those 5 points, because there were ways around going to the bigger blue circle. So it's possible without that, but kindly of the route setters, it's easier with it. So I think the climbers will be thankful and grateful that they did put that on there.
Absolutely. Well, we're watching here Tomoa doing well, but losing that left hand.
Doing well, but in a very different position to Yoshiki. He was slipping off. He looked like he was fighting to stay on the wall, not just to get up the wall, whereas Yoshiki was so open in his hips. I know I keep talking about it, but it makes a huge difference in how much weight goes through his feet. And on climbs like that, if you're pulling with your arms too much, you're just going to start slipping. So yeah, the athletes who will be successful on this will be the ones, I think, that can open their hips out, sit on their hips, move really far to the left with their weight, and then attempt that last move. They're not going to be kind of slipping and sliding around.
There we go. It's all about the hips, so keep an eye on that. And Colin, a little bit of frustration as he comes down. Right, we watch Yun Chang here swinging this lâché, as Shauna said. Running over, missing the press, and feet a little bit all over the place that time.
Yeah, we saw Colin, he landed and just pressed into the one black code closest to him. A really great change, and he adapted it to make it work for him, the movement. So I don't know if we'll see many other athletes try that. We saw Yun Chan trying to run his feet quite far to the left, which I don't think will work because his body weight will shift too far. But he didn't seem too far off, so maybe if he can hit everything perfectly, it'll work and feel good.
All right, so that's what he's got ahead of him. He's got minute 40 to do that, and we're with Tomoa now as he gets the undercling, bumps up towards the slope, but gets the toe locked into that yellow hold. Makes the match with the toe. It's a complicated set of movements, this.
It is, and he does them so fast.
Yeah, he spots it, doesn't he? So Tomoa has a moment. Liquid chalk on as he resets. Yun Chan swings into your shot there as we flick over to him, and high feet to start that swing.
Yeah, really high feet and fast feet through that section, which is important. We see a lot of moves like this, but what is unique about this one is that you're landing in a press, so it will change how you approach it. Very similar style of movement, but a different landing position from the most that we're used to.
Check out Colin Duffy as well on the right, and in your centre screen, Sean Bailey. Colin went very low to get to that high zone, and Sean is into the high zone, so the 10-point scoring. He's got to use it, and because he's adjusted his position, he will get the points. Out, good shoulder press from Sean Bailey. He just needs to match with both hands, show control as he does, and the judges will award that.
Sean may be taking a little longer than you would expect on that climb. We've seen some quick sends, and Sean took a little bit longer, but because this is a point system, it might not have too much of an impact, especially with him being such a strong lead climber and the lead route coming later.
Yeah, it's a good point. And Colin Duffy, 68.9 his score. He's still on the wall, but he's only got 7 seconds to improve it. He's already got the high zone, so Colin is done for his comp, and now he gets... Of course, it's different, and this is a point you made, because I was saying how I'm looking at the top 8, and I was figuring that it was a normal semi-finals. But with this, of course, we don't lose any athletes at this stage. It's just building the points to try to make it easier for lead so you can get the maximum amount of points later on.
Yeah, and it's so important to remember that. The athletes here, they are hunting for those points. They're trying to get as many points as possible. And the impact of missing a boulder or not doing a boulder, what Sean just did there, so getting the top of B2 in the kind of the last minute, it's so important because he's gone from having, say, 5 points on the zone to suddenly having 25 points, and then the number of points that would be in lead would be so significant. So yeah, all the points they can get here are going to be wanted. Exactly.
Well, Toby Roberts is on from Great Britain, and Toby is one of those athletes who has had an incredible season and a lot of pressure coming into this competition. He didn't do as well as he would have liked to, but he did enough to get to this stage, and it's a reset for him. He can go again and show what he's really made of out there.
Yeah, and he is getting stuck into this. It's really cool to see. He's come out, he looks focused, and he's climbing pretty feisty here. He did throw up to that penultimate hold, leaving his feet behind. He's asking for a brush. The brushes are out there on the mats. He seems very focused. He's pointing up. You can see he wants that top hold brush. You know where his eyes are now. So to come out and flash up to the 10 zone, I think for Toby is really good after a boulder round that he was really disappointed with, and a big slip on the lead finals too. So yeah, he's new to the circuit, did one World Cup last year, but new to the circuit this year, kind of came in right at the top. The pressure has built throughout this year, but he still is only 18 years old. It's important to remember he is not an experienced athlete. Not that you would know that from the way he climbs. He climbs with maturity, but yeah, he's not had the World Champs he wanted to have so far, but I know his focus has been on the Olympic qualification, and that process is still ongoing.
Exactly, there'll be opportunity next year as well as here. Meichi as well got boulder number 4. So we'll hopefully see some replays of the action. Lots going on here, and we'll try to keep up with it, as will you at home. That split screen, of course, helps, but yeah, I is trying to take in all the information, or I am certainly trying to work out everything that's going on. There's a lot of action. And Toby has 2 minutes 40 on the clock.
And you can look to the right now, so if we look at Toby's score and Tomoa Narasaki's score, so you can see that Toby has 10 points and Tomoa has 9.9. So therefore, Tomoa got to the 10 zone with 1 attempt on his second attempt, because that's why it's 9.9, so he lost a 0.1, and Toby did it on his first attempt, so he has a 10. Wow, that was impressive from Sasha.
Yeah, straight in.
That came out of nowhere. He slipped on the swing, he kind of missed it a few times, and then just nailed it. He learned that movement so quickly.
Yeah, and he goes back to touch the right, sets up with the left hand, jumps, not quite.
He jumped, but I don't feel like he got enough height in that movement to be able to get the most out of that black hold up high. So yeah, if he can gain more power from the legs, really push up high, hit that black hold with a little bit of bend in his arms and start generating towards that finish hold, we could see a really good go from Sasha. But wow, on that swing and landing it perfectly. When I talk about precision and the landing position, Sasha just demonstrated it perfectly. That's where we want to see people landing, if they want to do that movement perfectly.
Yeah, it's like he hit glue with his feet. They just sucked down to that black volume.
Yeah, and his hands are pressing into it, and his hips just stopped moving at the exact right time.
Let's watch it again, shall we? Let's see if he's learned that. He could do it with that same precision. He starts the lâché. Not quite that time, and yeah, hitting his chest. It is quite a chesty move, that, because you're pressing upwards.
It is, so you are using your shoulders a lot. I think he hit his chest maybe actually on the wall.
Possibly.
There, it looks like. So his movement wasn't quite perfect. I talk about swinging up and over a fence. It's how my coach Leah, she used to describe it like that. So when his hips swing, if he can go up in the air, almost like a rainbow, so he's going to come up nice and high and then land on that volume, that's the ideal scenario, not going through the fence, because that'll make it a lot harder to stop that momentum. A little bit like that. He didn't get up high enough and then land on his feet.
Well, he's going to keep on going, but he looks tired here. That swing does take a lot out of you. And Toby's going again. That man will not stop climbing until the very end as he comes out to the right hand. It's interesting that left hand seems to be firing off less, or maybe we're catching it less.
Toby, a big fan of the crimps as well, though, so I'm not surprised he's making light work of that bottom section. But this top section does look to be the meat of the climb. He's changing his toe in here, but the clock is ticking down. You can see his weight wasn't over to the left at all there. He was still quite far right, so that's why he was struggling so much to hold on to that. Yoshiki was able to really maneuver all of his body weight over to the left, getting really close to hit. Well, he was hitting the last hole, getting close to holding it. But a great effort from Toby nonetheless.
It does indeed. Well, our camera rotates through the crowd. You can see the speed wall in the background. That will be in action in a few days. And right now, a new athlete out on Ao Yurikuza. What a lead round that man have. 5th position, 49th in Boulder, but lead is where his specialisms lie.
Yeah, it tends to feel much more comfortable on a lead route, but we talk about 49th in Boulder and we say it like it's not an achievement, don't we? But we haven't mentioned how hard it is just for these athletes to get onto their national teams and then to be selected for these events, especially coming from really dominant nations, Japan being one of those. To even get the opportunity to climb here is a huge achievement, let alone them making it through the rounds. So yeah, hats off to all of the athletes here today and everyone competing.
Exactly, it feels like this week's gone on a long time to get to this point, and the athletes have had to work so hard. So Ao is underway. He gets going on boulder number 1. Sean Bailey is in action. He's pointing for a brush. Yun Chang Song is finishing off his round, and then on boulder number 2 as well. High shoulder, and look, he's into that top hold. Tomoa matches, good work from him, and that's quick work as well. 3 minutes 45 left.
I said he's a quick climber. He climbs so fast. He was pretty handy on a speed wall going into Tokyo 2020. So yeah, he doesn't tend to hang around Tomoa on the boulders or the lead either.
Well, he's got a speed move named after him. He's that good, the Tomoa start, which is on the speed wall. But we'll talk about all that stuff in the next broadcast in a couple of days.
Sean here, you can see he's kicking off the wall, not off the blue hold. That blue hold was put there to help them generate. He landed in a really great position there. It didn't look like he had enough power going through his hips, but he did that so smoothly.
Yeah, Sean flicks that right hand up underneath into the underclink.
We've yet to see anyone do that. Most climbers have opted to match down on the 10 zone, left foot smear on the darker grey section of wall. The light grey and the darker grey are different angles. It's hard to see on the shot here, but when the climbers are jumping up, they're going to want to land their feet on the darker grey section. Like that, a little bit higher would be better, but a good effort from Sean.
It completely changes his body angle, doesn't it? The second he got that undercling, he was way more to the right compared to when you hold the jug with the left, and it was just interesting for me noticing that.
Yeah, so he was much more front on, which I think would make it a bit harder maybe to turn into the hole that he's jumping towards. So the sloper that he's going to hit, the paddle, the high black, he wants his body rate to be turned slightly to the left, so facing the speed wall, which is on the left of the stadium here. If his shoulders turn that way, then he'll be able to get more from the undercut. It'll be easier for him to lift his legs. If he stays really front onto the wall, he won't be able to lift his legs because the wall's in the way, right? So yeah, ideally we'll see him shift his shoulders, which if he does drop down to that 10 zone would be easier to do, and then shift his hips, and then it'll all come into line and we'll see him on the top pole.
Well, he's got to go again, so he's in that position Shauna was just talking about. Let's see which way he does it. He's looking at the right hand, but drops down into the left, so different position unless he goes back to the undercling, which he does.
So hopefully we'll see him turn his shoulders, so his shoulders should turn slightly. It did, but a slip from the foot there. So you saw, I don't know if you saw, I saw a slight turn in his shoulders, which made a big difference in how much weight he could put through his hands in order to get up to that finishing hold, that 25 points. But his foot did slip underneath him, just taking all of that momentum he'd gained.
There's so much going on, isn't there? Especially on a coordination move like that. You've got to think of, I mean, they're not thinking of everything, but everything has to be perfect for it to work, or at least make those micro adjustments, if not on the wall.
Definitely, and that's a great point because there's so much happening. What are they able to think of? How much information can they take in? It's fascinating to watch, and also to see how some athletes it's very subconscious, or some athletes it's totally learned. It's different for all athletes, and also what their preferences, what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, and the route setters are doing a great job of allowing the climbers to express their strengths, but also they are exposing their weaknesses, and we've seen that in lead too.
That's a really good point, yeah, exposing the weaknesses. That is true. Out with the left and coming down, just not getting the grip from out.
Looking like that feels very powerful for him, and when I talked about climbers maybe keeping something back and reserving something, it does feel like some of the lead specialists, or those who prefer lead or more dominant in the lead, are doing just that, and maybe seeming like I was opting to not fight to the bitter end on that boulder. It is the first boulder of this round, so understandably so, and we have lead coming later, so you can't blame them.
You can't, can you? Yeah, that lead coming later on. All right, well, waiting in the wings is our first German athlete, Yannick Fluet. There he is in the background. The isolation area where the athletes get prepared is back there. In fact, there's a tunnel that links this building to another building where they can also warm up. It's a complicated rabbit warren down here.
Yeah, we'd call the bit behind the wall here isolation. It is isolation, but it's almost like the call zone. So we go into, the athletes will go into a building close by where there's a really impressive boulder wall set up just for the event, for the athletes to warm up on. There's scaffolding to do some pull-ups. There's fingerboards in there. It's, hats off to the organisers. It's a great isolation zone. And then they come through the tunnel into the back of the wall, but they can only do that just before they climb. And then there is a fingerboard behind the wall as well if they want to continue warming up.
A few of our keen photographers are having fingerboard sessions there as well. And Toby is into the low zone. Good work from him as he eyes it up. Yannick is underway, and Sasha's on his final boulder as well.
Toby just missed the blocker there. The route setters have been a bit mean, but in that purple there, just forcing like accuracy. I think we'll see him stick that next time. He looked a little hesitant going into the movement, like he wasn't quite sure what to do. But as soon as he hit the hold, I think he realised that was the way, and he just missed it.
All right, so that's the adjustment he's got to make. Toby from Great Britain there, and then on our main screen, Yoshiki Ogata, such a favourite. And it amazed me about Yoshiki as we watch Sasha go into the thumb. Yoshiki gets nervous. He told me this, that you know, he feels the pressure. And for someone so experienced, of course, it's expected that you'd feel it, but he has to work through those feelings sometimes.
For sure, and it's surprising when you hear from athletes that are that experienced, I think, for a lot of people, but there was no point at which I ever didn't feel nervous walking out onto that stage. Nerves, if you're not nervous, what are you doing there? You know, it's part of the game and you can use them and they can be very beneficial nerves. Great work from Toby, getting this really important top.
Yeah, that is important.
And you can see,
yeah, it means a lot to him, doesn't it? Because that's points on the board and all that adds up later on. And Yannick, meanwhile, drops into the undercling, bumps up towards the sloper, uses the wall.
He hit this 10 zone on his first attempt, so he's already got that. He's just going to be figuring out the best way to maneuver around this big blue. I talk about navigating around some holes sometimes. It feels like that's what the athletes are having to do here. He's looking down at his hands, though, struggling to stick to that blue.
Yeah, making that brusher sign. And you can see the brushes running on and off. Thank you to the volunteers who are doing a good job doing that. Brusher's job is hugely important out there because it also saves the athlete's energy. Brushing can be quite hard work.
Yeah, I always found it much nicer to have a brusher brush for me. Some athletes prefer to do it themselves. They want to know what it's like. I think it's worth brushing yourself if you want to kind of feel the hold a little bit. You can feel a bit through the brush if that makes any sense. Sasha climbing really nicely through this slab, catching a toe hook there.
Yeah, there are jibs. There are holds screwed onto the no-tech surface. You have to be precise to get it.
He stepped his foot down onto that jib, bumped his left foot out to what the route setter earlier called a jug. It is not. It is tiny, but it is positive.
Yeah, that's the foot by his right, the foot hand up that, the foothold by his right foot there. That's what Shauna was talking about. Yeah, it made me laugh when she said that as well. It's small, as you said.
But 10 points on that last boulder for Sasha.
Big, isn't
Or
it?
hitting the 10 zone, I should say.
Yeah, it looks like high 60s at the moment is the benchmark.
Yoshiki, I hope he doesn't mind me saying, is doing what I was talking about earlier. He's going through the fence, so his hips are going in a straight line. If he's able to flick his hips up in the air, go over the fence and land back down, so creating a rainbow with his hips. I'm drawing in the air with my arms. I hope people can understand what I'm saying. Yeah, go swing around at your wall and flick your hips around, see if you can feel what I'm talking about. And a big thanks to Leah Crane for that explanation of it, because it definitely helps to visualize.
It really does. I've got an image in my head of a fence and an athlete going over it every time you say it. Yoshiki, though, jumped over the fence better that time, and he's into the high zone and eyeing up the last hold and
Big
feet
foot
skipping.
slip.
So tricky from Yoshiki, and he goes straight away. He's only got 28 seconds. So let's watch this fence jump. So it's the angle, the arc that he's trying to make.
Yeah, however, if anyone can make it work without doing that, that was a lot better. Yeah, you could see him flick up and down. Really subtle from Yoshiki, but definitely worked for him. Landing in a perfect position. The clock is ticking down right now. He knows what to do.
No go for Yoshiki.
Yeah, an unfortunate slip there for him. He was trying to almost flick his leg. I think just as his foot hit that darker grey section of wall, you could see it slip straight off, taking all of his momentum out, so he can keep travelling upwards. Hopefully he can process that really quickly, get his mind and his focus onto that next climb, because there are still 25 points up for grabs for him. Our next athlete here, we've got Nicolai. Nicolai had such an impressive boulder round, making the Boulder World Championships final, finishing in 5th spot, being the only person to top our final boulder, if I'm correct. So he'll be excited and ready for this round. He did finish 37th in leads, so bouldering seems to be his preferred discipline here, but there's a lot of climbing left to go, and he's underway on Boulder One in the top left of the screen, and we can see Sean Bailey on the slab right now on Boulder 4 on the main screen. Really quick into that 10 zone. I mean, I'll be intrigued to see if he's awarded that 10 zone. He kind of hit it and started to slide off a little bit. He did seem to do a little bit of a movement, but maybe one for an appeal, I'm not sure. He does seem to have been given it, so I must be wrong.
Well, we are keeping note of appeals, and in fact, as you say that, appeals come through, so I will let you know as we watch Nicolai first of all powering his way towards the top hold, not quite. So yeah, Sasha Lehmann is under appeal for Boulder One. They only think he got the low zone, and that is under appeal. And Al Yurikuza, high zone on Boulder One, he's under appeal as well.
It's not surprising that there are so many appeals going on at an event like this. This is normal. It's not just because the rules have changed. We just now know about them. But Al making quick work of Boulder Two there. Cool to see him finding his flow. He looked a lot more comfortable. Boulder One. And Tomoe straight through the first move of Boulder Three, but then a big slip for him. Tomoe tends to love this style of climbing. He was kind of the first of the new school generation to start showing off and showboating and really just absolutely smashing moves like this. So I expect he's going to be quite comfortable out there. He did have a big slip, but usually doesn't tend to slow him down too much. And look at that. He just landed in the perfect position. Absolutely no worries, landing just on one foot.
Great work from Tomoe Narasaki. He's eyeing up this final jump. Much better from Tomoe. Hits the top, slaps it to make sure. 25 for him. And he comes down. Good work.
Good work, and I think you can see that he knows what that meant. So he's going to be sat behind the wall knowing athletes aren't coming back that quickly from that climb potentially. He can hear, he can feel the crowd, but all eyes on Sean Bailey as he's our first athlete to reach the final move of the fourth boulder.
Yeah, he's got his thumb in action, palm pressing. He needs to figure this out. Remember, you can't just touch it. 2 hands on it, in control.
And like I said earlier in the women's, he just had 25 points in his hand and he let go of it, but it's not over yet because he is still on the wall.
Tries to crimp the edge of it, trying to find a way. Body the wrong side, that's better. He can press into that left hand.
Yeah, and the setter did say that this is all in the hips, this last move. He wants to transition his weight really far to the left, just like that. Bring the other hand into match, and that's going to be a very important 25 points for Sean Bailey.
Big smile on his face as he leaves the stage. And look at his score, upgraded, 69.5 he will finish with. And Nicolai, look how wide his fingers are, trying to get maximum amount of skin on that hold.
Yeah, you can see, for anyone watching closely, you can see he's kind of curving his palm. That's really trying to engage everything through his palm. His hips are open, his weight's going left, but he is just slipping. He was like curving his palm, and that is engaging the little muscles in your palm called your lumbricals, just trying to get everything he can out of that sloper. You're looking at me like I'm geeking out again.
I've never heard of lumbrical. That's amazing. It's like I'm learning medical jargon as well as everything else.
Matt's got a special look he gives me when I go into geek mode, just
it's
so everybody
respect
knows.
Look. It is a respect look, I promise. I'm just like amazed by the in-depth knowledge you have, Shauna. It's so good to hear, honestly. It's, I think it's that. That's my look, I promise.
I do hope so. I hope I'm not annoying anyone with my
absolutely not.
geeking
I
out.
love it. Absolutely love it. My eyes are wide. All right, Nicolai looks up at the wall. He's chalking up and making sure of it. 30 seconds to go. One last chance for him.
He seemed really hyped up after such a great boulder final, being the only one to top that final boulder. It was such an impressive moment for him, and he is looking strong here. He's kind of slipping on this last bolt, like the last moves here, but it's so hard because he won't know that no one's done that right. He won't know that he just did a great effort and there's still so much more to come, but hopefully he's able to reset. He is a relatively experienced athlete, so yeah, I think he'll have a moment. He's got his 5 minutes to chill, just like everyone else right now. And
yeah,
we'll
and he's
see.
used to these Boulder and Lead comps. He did very well. He won it in Munich with the Boulder and Lead, so he's someone who can find something special on the big occasions. Now, I talked about brother and sister combos. Sam Avezou runs on. His sister was in action earlier on, part of a big and deep Team France in terms of talent.
And when you say someone who can find something special, he's had some incredible moments this season. Chamonix Lead World Cup finals strikes me straight away. What a performance from him. He knows how to perform in the big moments, so I can't wait to see what he's got in store here. And also it must be so very cool to be climbing with your sister in this event.
Must be indeed. Keeping it in the family, awesome from them. Yannick Fleury gets a toe around the corner to steady himself as he drops into the sloper. Makes that match, it's blocked, so you can avoid standing on it mainly, but also makes you have to be quite accurate with the hands. He's into the high zone now, makes the match, and one shoulder move away.
Looking smooth, looking controlled, looking strong. That was a great display of strength and composure from Yannick there.
He is in and done. Yannick Floyer with plenty of time to go back and rest. Stick the Sam Avezou as he locks in the heel. He's got to release it though, and it's going to cause a swing.
It is, but if he can get that toe hook in, so he put the heel in, matched with a toe hook, and moved his toe over, but he just slid straight out of there. It looks like it's kind of heating up out there. Maybe the holds are getting hotter, the lights, the atmosphere, the climbers, all starting to change. I'm
warm here in the commentary box, put it like that. If that's a judgment of it, it is warm.
We see Toby here, he's setting up for this more dynamic climb on M3. What he hasn't done that the other climbers have done is turn his hands. So the other climbers were almost undercutting, so they could swing their hips and be in a really smooth kind of transition from that swing into the finishing position. Toby's kept his hands facing to the right, which is very different and isn't allowing him to get much flow into his swing. Toby had an unfortunate slip on a similar move to this on the lead route in finals. I hope that's not unsettled him and he's able to relax into this a bit more. But the way he's setting up for the swing will be much harder. However, if he can get the right trajectory, it might help him land in that close position. We saw he got so close to the wall then, almost too close. So a different setup, but maybe something that can work for him if he can get his trajectory right. It's going to be more difficult, but could definitely work.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot to talk about on Boulder 3. It's complicated. And it is the coordination move. Yoshiki standing up. And interesting to see different shoes from Yoshiki. One a bit softer, one a bit stiffer. See, I'm a shoe geek. You're a movement geek, I'm a shoe geek. I love seeing what the athletes are wearing on their feet.
Yeah, Yoshiki opted for 2 different 510s on his feet. It might be that he wants a softer shoe and a stiffer shoe, but also with shoe geeking, it's so hard because for some athletes, they'll wear a more broken in one or one that's less broken in or maybe different sizes. So it's so hard to know unless you speak to them. I'm a shoe geek too, as you maybe have realized by now. We talked about how much there is to talk about on Boulder 3. There is so much on M4 too. I really like this climb. It was great to read it with the setters and to talk about the subtleties of the movements here and the fact that the match is all about the hips. I did wonder if there was maybe a back step. I think if there was a back step that could work, Sean would have found it earlier. But there are a few different sequences through this slab, so we might see a few different methods. Toby making progress there, seeming like he has a method that works for him and just needs to get that last position where he's landing really solid.
Yeah, it's hard to learn the movement in that 5 minutes. And do go and try this. If you're at home and your local gym, give yourself a time limit. See how much it changes it, because it is very different when you have that time pressure on you.
It is, and then give yourself only 5 minutes off and get on to the next one and do that 4 times through.
Then you're a pro athlete. You
exactly.
Come to the World Cups.
Bring the crowd in, you know. See what it feels like.
Exactly. Well, Yoshiki is on this slab. The left foot on the jib, part of the only friction on that no friction. And the jug you were talking about is on the left.
Yeah,
there,
so the one
he's
just bumped his foot to now, a really hard foot bump, a tenuous foot bump, all about body positioning and accuracy. If he missed that, he'd be straight off there.
Hits the left foot, and it's vertical, that foot, hard to get.
It's vertical, and what allowed him to stay on the wall just now is he flipped his right hand into that 10 zone.
Oh, he drops the top though, and he's only got 20 seconds to do this. He's no time to chalk up. He's got to get back on the wall. Drama in the last 15 seconds. And he fell as well. Oh, it's not going to work for Yoshiki. Head in his hands. That could be vital later on in the lead.
It really could be. I say you had 25 points in your hand. He had 25 points in 2 hands. But what Yoshiki did there is he didn't do the hip transition like the route setters were telling us is super important. He stood straight up and was trying to crimp the bolt hole. The route setters will have done everything to prevent that. Yoshiki, arguably one of the strongest climbers on the mats out there when it comes to physical strength and finger strength, but still not able to crimp that tiny bolt hole.
Well, this is that drop top. Thank you, replay team, for working on that. So left hand adjusting, but it's the last moves we're looking for here, the top of the boulder. So he's on the foot jug, makes the match. The kick over is coming. So he's working his way through, hits that. That was the flick you were talking about with the
Yeah,
right
so
palm.
Flipped his hand into that 10 zone, really impressive. And you see his hips stay to the right here. He's really crimping. He's not quite transitioned all the way over onto that left foot. So you could see him shaking, how much strength he was putting through. He was trying to do a little compression with his feet, but he didn't get the weight over onto that left foot. It is a terrible foothold. I can see why he didn't, but it unfortunately just didn't work out for him.
It's a good opportunity that to explain the top rule. So you have to bring both hands in, which he did. He matched it, however, he didn't show control, and the control is what the judges are looking for.
It is, so you need to be both hands in, like you said, in that control position. It is at the judge's discretion, kind of whether or not to give you the top, but it does tend to be quite obvious, a lot like that right there. So a great display of what a controlled top looks like. 2 hands in control. You could see his body wasn't moving, he wasn't struggling. You can get 2 hands on and be struggling and still get a top as long as it's controlled.
Exactly,
But
well, Tomoa gets it done.
Tomoa gets it done, 25 points in the bag.
And look at the score, 84.7 is our new highest score so far, with a few athletes to go though. Paul Gemft came on from Team France, awesome athlete to watch climb, love his style.
Yep.
Someone commented that I always mention his style, and I do always mention his style because I just love it. I love watching him climb.
Not that you have favourites.
Not at all. Well, I have favourites in style. I think I could say that, and he's got just a unique way of moving that I really enjoy to see.
Paul also having a good boulder round, but just missing the final. He said he was able to seize his chance and compete in the lead final, and he's enjoying his return to top level because he's been struggling to get back in shape for a few months, so it is really cool to see him here. He said the challenge of the championships and the importance of this competition has put him back in the race.
There we go. Well, Paul, a big one on the big stage. I remember him in Voronezh in the youth a couple of years ago doing a double stack knees, and he's just, yeah, exciting to watch. And Ao Yurikuza flicks himself around onto the first jug with just the hands ready for that lâcher.
Yeah, so you can see what I was talking about just right here. Ao has turned his hands to face the other direction, almost undercutting seemingly. Very different to what Toby was doing, his hands were facing the other direction. It allows Ao to get a really good trajectory in heading towards where he's going. Toby was able to get quite close to the wall, but Ao was able to get a much cleaner line.
Yeah, it makes sense. And Nicolai Uznik matches the top hold. That boulder proving to be toppable and one that's important to top.
Toppable, important to top. We're seeing a few people take some attempts, which is a good thing, but this isn't all about attempts. Remember, those attempts do count, but it's such a fine margins when we're looking at the attempts. They're mostly there to split the field. So those 25 points at the top of that climb are really important in this round.
Exactly. Remember, 100 points available, 100 points in lead, 200 points maximum. Who can get closest to that? They will be our winner. Paul takes a fall, though, down to the ground.
Do you think we'll see anyone at any point get a full 200 points?
I cannot wait for it to happen because I'm going to hype the heck out of it when it does.
I hope to see that too. And, you know, with certain athletes, I think it might be possible.
Yeah, there's someone called Janja Garnbrett who are potential, and also in the men's field as well. I mean, Sorato is coming, Jakob Schubert is up there. It's just, there's so many exciting people to watch.
And talking about Janja, we had a really interesting round this morning for the women's semi-final boulder of the Lead and Boulder event. I would recommend you go watch that if you haven't already. Some big surprises, some big falls, some wild moves, and a great show.
Exactly, that was earlier on. And we have the lead semis later. The finals for the boulder and lead will take place on Friday and Saturday. So put that in your schedule. Para climbing tomorrow, that's the finals for that. Can't wait to see that. And that's free to watch as well on YouTube, so you can sit back and enjoy some of the most spectacular climbing you are likely to see. Ao and Paul coming down, and Paul calls it a day with 20 seconds. Ao is thinking about having another go.
I feel like on M3 we're seeing climbers go right to the end because it's not such a physical boulder, and in previous rounds we've talked about the fact that on the steeper climbs, on the more powerful climbs, we see climbers taking a longer rest, often leaving the mats before their time is up because they are trying to conserve energy. In a normal boulder semi-final we see athletes fighting to the bitter end often, and that's because only 6 athletes in boulder tend to go through to a final. Here they have the lead route later. It's all about points, as we keep saying, and that changes the approach for the athletes. It changes the way they are on the mat. It changes the way they the way they climb in some regards, they change their beta differently. They're having to keep that lead route in the back of their mind slightly, understanding that energy is going to be vital for later on. So yeah, very different approach to what we see in the other rounds, but really interesting and really fascinating to watch their approaches.
I agree. It's like a whole new side of climbing, which is very cool, especially if you're used to the World Cups. Adam Ondra comes in from the Czech Republic and barely gave the crowd a look. He was straight into the boulder, eyes on that immediately.
Very focused, and we're getting a look of Boulder 4 here with Toby climbing really smoothly through this first section, straight into that 10 zone. Great tension from him in his right foot there. Not looking to slow down at all as he hits that 25. He is going to go for the Yoshiki method and try and crimp that, and proving the setters wrong that that's not possible, showing that he has some of the strongest fingers out there too, and getting those 25 points on his first attempt.
Now, Sean, he was had his fingers in the hold for the bolt. You can do that, can't you?
You can do that. You can use bolt holes. Often the route setters will try and block them. You can use screw holes too, but what you cannot use is the bolt holes in the wall. But on this wall, there are not any. So if you go to a climbing wall and you see the holes in the wall, they're called bolt holes or T-nut holes. You can't use them in a competition, but there aren't any here, so we don't have to worry about that.
There we go. Yannick starts his lâché. I love the word lâché, by the way. I feel very smart when I use it. It's very French. And Yannick, though, misses his lâché and comes down.
Not normally a fan of this style, Yannick. He much prefers when there's holds to pull on, definitely. He isn't the biggest fan of slabs either normally, but had a great qualification round in Boulder, topping both of the hard slabs there. So, yeah, I think he'll get stuck into this one reluctantly, and then I think he'll much prefer the slab than he will this boulder, but good to see him making light work of Boulder 2 as well.
Adam's face there said a lot, a big blowout of the cheeks. He's finding it hard going on the first boulder, although he did flash into the high zone. It's that top section that's difficult. And Sam Avezou takes the brush, and that's what you were saying. Sometimes the climbers will prefer to do it themselves, just to make sure.
Adam's had an interesting comp so far. We saw him take a big slip in the lead final of the World Championships, so he finished in 8th place. He said he was a bit too relaxed and suddenly he was off the wall, congratulating his other competitors. He said one battle is lost, but the war is not over. The combined lead and boulder is next. They're his words on his Instagram. I do urge you to go check out all these athletes on Instagram. They share so much of their journey, and you can kind of get a sense of what they are going through, talking about their training, talking about their weaknesses, what they've been working on, and it adds so much coming into these competitions to really get to know them and see what they're going through.
Yeah, and give them your support as well. Sam Avezou with the right hand brings the left in, hits the shoulder quickly. I think he was starting to slip and had to throw for that move.
Yeah, the setters expecting to see that much more, the quick match and the throw to the top, expecting some athletes to drop the last move. It seems like they're kind of getting much of what they expected in this round in some senses. Unfortunately, still no tops of Boulder One and very few of Boulder Three, but a really great round to watch in how it's showcasing such different strengths and weaknesses, like we said earlier.
It's true. I was just thinking as you were saying that how much fun I'm having here in the commentary box. I mean, what a treat that we get to see this much climbing.
I know, every now and then you get a wide shot, and if you can see what looks like a greenhouse in the middle of the arena, Matt and I are tucked away in there.
Yeah, we are. A quiet little haven from the rest. Right, Yannick doesn't make that move.
With Yannick, what we're seeing, he's quite high, so his chest is quite high when he hits those holds. I think he needs to sink down a little bit and weight his feet more, pushing with his hands into his feet, but he needs to have that weight on the feet to stop them slipping.
All right, so that's what Yannick has to do. He's starting the move again. Adam pressing upwards. We could see a top here, our first one. Cuts loose, he's got a match, he does. Brilliant start from Adam. I think he's happy about that.
I love Adam's reactions. It is amazing to see what it means to that guy. He has done everything there is to do in the world of climbing, pretty much, in competition, outdoors, and yet he comes out and that's what it means. You heard it. Everyone heard it. I think everyone in Switzerland just heard what that meant. And if I can geek out for a little minute, what is fascinating watching Adam on that climb then is that he was on the big blue hold. I talked about Nicolai pushing with his fingers and curving his palms earlier to engage his lumbricals and making that work for him, almost making it work, but not quite to get to the last move. Adam did the total opposite. It looked like, to me, he lifted his fingertips, pushing his palm in, so using just his palm to go up for that last move. I wonder whether it was not as sweaty or it felt better to him. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone do that. So yeah, just an observation for me on Adam climbing in true Adam style and doing something that people don't see very often. He likes to do that.
He does unique things, that man. Another man who's a firm favourite amongst climbers, Alex Megos, runs out. He's been on the scene for a long time, a training machine. I think he messaged you, didn't he, saying, when are we going training?
He did, yeah. We went to different climbing gyms, so didn't train together. But what is really interesting as well with Alex, this is his third World Championships, and he won a medal for the third time. So, this guy's on a roll right now. He's had a really, really great year, putting in some impressive performances in his preferred discipline lead, but also absolutely smashing it in Boulder Two. So definitely one to watch. Already an Olympian as well, and looking for that second Olympic ticket.
There we go. Remember, 3 tickets available for the men, 3 tickets for the women, 2 for the men and women in speed. So 10 tickets in total at this event. Now, Ao Yurikuza is finishing off his comp here, making his delicate move on a good left foot, bad right foot, trying to get established. Paul Jempt on Boulder 2, Nicolai Uznik Boulder 3, Alex on Boulder 1. Nicolai missing the lâcher this time. And Alex, look at the splits on Alex, such flexibility with that.
He works really hard on his flexibility, Alex. I think some people often think, oh, he's just flexible, but I know he stretches and does yoga every single morning for an hour plus often. So, yeah, can't say he doesn't work for it.
No, and it's worth remembering that these athletes putting in the grind, hours and hours in the gym to get to this point. And Alex dropping down there, not working that time, looking down at his arm, and then Nicolai pressing up. He's trying to match the press on the black.
We've seen a few athletes land the black one, so just hitting the right of the 2 holds that they're swinging towards. Nicolai was really high on the foot then, so he didn't have much space between his hand and his foot. Also, if your foot is quite close to the wall, you can't lean in very much. Ideally, you want to be hitting the foot as far away from the wall as possible, if there's enough space between your hands and your feet to do that. But it makes it way more spooky, and there's not much room for error if you do that. So it's also worth remembering it's quite hard to be accurate in those moves.
Yeah, Paul matches in, his head in play, pressing into his hand, then burying himself into that last hold. He walks away with the points. It leaves Nicolai, Alex, and Ao alone on the wall.
Good scream from Paul as well as he hit that match. He was happy with that, as he should be. I love it when the climbers are showing their emotions, when you can see what it means to them. It is so hard to describe how much pressure there is coming into this event, how intense it starts to get in this arena. And the athletes, they're out there, the ones performing on stage, they're the ones that are giving us a show, right? We wouldn't be here without the athletes. So yeah, it's so impressive what they go through.
And Alex straight into the pinch. He's doing well. He's got the high zone in the second attempt, so he gets the minus 0.1 from his first fall. He's locked that in, so he's looking for a top here. Hits the left hand, but he's very low on this.
He is. He's got that toe hook round, which means his hips are super low, super far to the right. I think Alex is just really struggling with his skin right now. Alex tends to have bad skin. He also trains almost every single day, so it never recovers. Even at events like this, Alex is a training machine, like you were saying earlier. But on holds like that, on that big blue one, it doesn't play to his favor, because having bad skin on a hold like that is not going to help.
You need to rein him in. Just send him a message, say, Alex, chill out, mate. Just have a moment.
No one's ever reining Alex in. That's for sure. It's in his DNA.
Right, Hours on the last move of this. It's been done a few different ways. That seems to be the best. Dropping into that left hand, he makes the match.
Look at his hips, all the way to the left, all that weight going through his foot. I'm going to keep pointing it out. That was a great lesson in slab climbing. You could see he had so much control. He wasn't struggling to match in the slightest there. So, yeah, great effort from Ao. And what a way to finish his round.
Yeah, he's done. Points get upgraded. Alex's better position here. Ao Yurikuza with the top, So that's 2 tops for him and 64.5 points. And Nicolai shakes his head, looks up at the crowd. No go for him.
It's surprising that he missed that. I think he thinks the same too from his reaction there. You could see the frustration. He just let it out, understandably so. Normally someone we would expect to be quite comfortable on a move like that, I would say. Maybe not in the first attempts. It's a weird one, so yeah, we see a lot of climbers not figuring it out straight away, but he wasn't able to stick that first move, so not collecting many points on that boulder.
Yeah, so a bit of a mistake. Now this man gets a huge reaction because he had the most incredible men's boulder final I think I've ever witnessed. A no friction boulder at the end. I won't reveal too much. We know he won, of course. 33 years old, I think.
He is, yeah. He's 33. He is an Olympian. He has never won on the big stage. It was one of the most emotional moments I've ever experienced, watching him take that gold medal, and then I had the privilege of interviewing him. It was beautiful words from him about his story, about his experience. I would recommend you go check that out just to hear what he's put into this. He's been working over 10 years for that moment, to get on that stage, to take that gold medal, and it paid off, and it was magical. Some big slips just happening on the screen. Adam lost his foot, Yannick lost his hand. Lots of slipping going on, it seems to be, as we move into the later climbers of the round, potentially due to the heat that's building, potentially due to the nerves and the atmosphere. It's hard to know, but hopefully they can both correct their mistakes now.
Yeah, look how powerful that was from Mika, adjusting on the undercling. He falls there, but it was thuggy underneath.
It was. I don't think he'll be awarded that second zone because he hit it and wasn't able to use it. Not that it looked too hard for him to get up there, so I think we'll see him back up there next time. Sam Avezou, though, almost sticking the first hold on the paddle, not keeping his momentum going, but almost sticking just the black hold there. Hopefully he can make a little correction and pull through that hold into the top hold. And Yannick here on the slab.
Yeah, Yannick hips way to the right. Yeah, I'm landing the hip stick as well that time. He's on that. There's Mika Ondra on boulder number 2. He got a big reaction as well. Sam and then Yannick Floe on the right. And Adam, he took some time off at the beginning of the season. He chose his competitions wisely. He obviously wants to qualify for the Olympics, and for him, that's the priority, not necessarily winning every World Cup there is.
Yeah, he's been very vocal about the fact that that's his focus and that's what he's aiming for. So he's here to try and get one of those tickets. We've said a few times we are looking at 20 men. They've qualified through the Boulder World Championships and the Lead World Championships. Those results were combined to give us the top 20. They're here. We will see them compete in Boulder now, Lead later, and then the top 8 go through to the finals. The top 3 after finals will get their Olympic ticket, and that man right there, he wants one of those.
He does indeed. It's 2 out of 2 for Adam as well. He leaves.
A cheeky look there from Adam at the next boulder. I think that temptation got the better of him.
I've seen a bit of that at the moment. There's a lot going on in terms of looking and trying to work things out. It's part of the game. It's sport, you know, and everyone is pushing those limits and seeing what they can do.
It is, and I've been on the mats, and I think I'm gifted with good peripheral vision, so I was able to take quite a lot in when I was staring at my boulder. We're not allowed to directly look at the other climbs, but of course it is impossible not to see what's going on, especially if you're looking at the clock or you're walking back to ISO. Maybe I shouldn't be pointing out that they're doing it, but it's in the rules.
It's on camera, let's be honest. And Sam adjusted his swing. The time before he went, he had a wild swing, really far back with his feet, and he seemed to just slow it down a bit on that attempt.
Yeah, interesting that he's changing things up with the swing. I wonder if he doesn't know what he did when it worked. And part of being on the mat and part of being successful as a competition climber is even when you fall off or you land back on the mat, being able to know exactly what you did, what worked, take all of that information in, repeat the bits that did work, remove the bits that didn't, make those corrections, and then get back on and execute all within that 5 minutes. So we see Sam now not doing that first move again. I wonder if he's not able to feel what it was that worked through that successful attempt, and I hope within this last minute he's able to figure it out.
I'm so impressed with Mika's left hand there. Remember how often we had dry fires early on. He's just got such strength on that, bearing down on it.
He does, and I I think he should be awarded the 10 zone from that because he had hold of it. His foot was moving around a little bit. Interesting, he has been awarded it. We didn't see him get that early on. Quite unexpected for the world champion of Boulder, but it just shows the depth and breadth of the field. Yes, we've not had a top on that climb yet, but a late 10 zone for him. However, because we are counting points and not attempts, that's so significant that he was able to keep persevering and get that 10 zone, because all the points are going to matter at the end of this round.
Exactly, it's not over yet, and that is different from other rounds we've had. We're not losing anyone in this semi-final, they're just trying to stack the points up. And that's our crowd, they're in the audience. The signs you can see on the left next to the speed wall, that's where our athlete interviews in the media area is. The speed wall there, that'll be in action later on. And Mejdi Schalck enters the arena and he will get a big response. The bouncy young Frenchman, great to see him back. And I think he might have been a bit sick earlier on, so hopefully he's recovered a little bit to be here, because we want to see the best Mejdi possible.
We definitely do. He is the vice world champion. He's written on his social media some really beautiful words. He said he was so proud to stand on the podium of the Boulder comps that he's made this season. Being consistent is the hardest part of the game, and repeating the conditioning process for performing at his best is a real challenge. So many of these athletes talking about how nervous they've been, how much this means to them, the fact that it's just been arduous just to get here. Mejdi being one that's very open, talking about this process and very clear in what this means to him.
That showed the difference in that left hand as well. So Mejdi firing off it, Mika bearing down on it, and Mejdi had a different body position going on there.
Yeah, not what we would expect from Mejdi. Like you said, if he's been feeling sick and out of sorts, it's a shame, because we would love to see the best Mejdi. I hope he finds his flow in this round. But right now we can see Alex here making very quick work of Boulder Two, looking really comfortable and satisfied with that, as he should be. Also, when you do a boulder quickly, what I think people almost forget is that he now has an extra 3.5 minutes of rest. So you have 5 minutes to climb and then 5 minutes rest. But if you do the boulder quickly, you get that extra rest. So Alex is at an advantage now because he has that extra rest, that extra time to chill. He's got 8.5 minutes to do whatever he wants in ISO. I say whatever he wants, within the parameters of not leaving
within the rules,
without leaving his chair, just staying in that space. He can't do very much really, but he can chill out.
And I mentioned this during the women's semi, but go and watch the YouTube videos we're creating, because I give a behind the scenes tour of that area. Our cameras aren't allowed there, but I was allowed there during the rest day, so go and check out those videos as Nicolai takes a fall back down unbalanced.
Something that we've been discussing as an athlete commission. Do we want cameras in ISO? There's a few different documentaries and filming going on here as well, and also we were discussing should the live stream be allowed in ISO. So I would love to know people's thoughts. Do you want to see what athletes get up to and see how they warm up? I think it'd be cool now that I'm not an athlete, but when I was an athlete, I don't think I would have liked it so much.
Well, back in Munich, we did have different access, and it was really interesting to watch their reactions and what they did back there.
And also at the Olympic Games, we were supposed to, pre-COVID, have a full access to our isolation. So we had a small private zone when we could go and get treatment if we wanted to, or just have some space and some time. But the entire warm-up wall was on display, and there were tickets for watching warm-up.
Wow.
Back to the action.
Yeah, Paul goes straight to the top hold, missing that black one on the way. Big move for a big man.
We've talked about him being one of the taller climbers previously, just showing that he is there, but also showing what impressive awareness he has of his own ability to know, okay, I don't need to use that, this is my way, ignoring what the route setters have put on the wall and just doing it the exact way that works for him, and really important points for him too. Yeah,
so he's got important points on the board. Meichi Narasaki currently leading the way in terms of points with 84.7, and then a big gap down to Meichi Narasaki, just under 70 points. Sean Bailey and Colin Duffy in the 60s, high 60s. Toby Roberts, low 60s, and as you can see, continuing down those scores. Very, very important as Nicolai pressing up into that lower zone with the thumb. Yeah, interestingly in the results, Colin Duffy, our first athlete out, you may expect him to be one of the lower scorers, but that is just not the case. And a demonstration of that here is that he's currently sitting in 4th spot. So a really good round from him. Yes, I'm talking about 4th. It is all about points, but just to point out that it doesn't matter where the athletes come out, we do not know where
anyone is going to finish in this. It's quite a new format. It's a little bit different to what we're used to seeing. So yeah, don't assume that the early athletes are the ones that are going to be having the lower scores.
Well, Mejdi Schalck, we're watching him. According to that scoreboard, he hasn't got this lower zone yet, so struggling early on for Mejdi. Not having the best start to his competition.
No, a big surprise. He's been so on form all season. He took 2 Boulder World Cup wins earlier on in the season, chose to take a step back, go focus on his lead climbing and being prepared, ready for the rest of the season. Having a really, really good competition here, but today not performing as we would imagine.
Yeah, it's a tricky start for him. He's got 20 seconds to turn it around, and he is continuing as our IFSC photographer there gets the shot on the edge of the arena. Left hand in, that's better, but he needs to use it, so he needs to adjust himself, and we think he should get the points for that.
And he really wants to get a motor on here because that 10 points is going to be super important. I think he gets it. He bumps his hand, so he hit it and then bumped his hand. I think he will be awarded it. We will see. If he's not awarded it, I imagine we might be hearing about an appeal soon. It was quite quick. It hasn't updated yet, but because he hit it and then bumped again for an adjustment, that is why I think he might get that. Important points that could make a huge difference.
Yeah, and do remember, it's up to the judges at that point, and it can, of course, be subjective. It's up to how the judge interprets the rules and what they see, and then we get to assess it later on and make sure they made the right decision.
Yeah, and he has been awarded it, actually, so I'm glad that he has, and that we don't have to go through that appeals process. It kind of makes my heart flutter when there's appeals going, because I feel so much for the athletes that are under appeal, whether it's to improve or take away from their score. I've been in that position. I've been appealed against. Lost my first World Cup victory as under appeal because I was told that I touched the mat, and I really still right now don't think I did.
Oh, I imagine that coach got a few looks, whoever put that appeal in. Mickael Mawem, talking about appeals, is under appeal. The French team trying to upgrade his score to the high zone. Adam is in.
Adam was in, and I believe that was a flash. That was such quick work for him to understand that movement. He hit the end perfectly, and now he's setting up for this big last move.
Went for the double match, lost the feet. We're seeing a lot of feet sliding around on that grey surface of wall.
We really are, and I think he will learn a lot from that attempt and make an adjustment next time. But Mickael Mawem here, quick work of Boulder Two. That is what we like to see. The Boulder World Champion feels like he's kind of got his rhythm going now, and looking really comfortable, and good to see his brother here too. He competes in speed. Bassa, also an Olympian. He's coming back off a huge injury that he had at the Tokyo Games. Really unfortunate for him, but great to see him back. Yeah,
I'm in the Mickael Mawem supporters club currently. It's really good to see someone a little bit older making getting the gold medal.
Who isn't in the supporters club? If you aren't, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, go buy a ticket right away. Right, Do-Hyun Lee, he's had 50 seconds on Boulder number 1. He's into the low zone. And just to let you know, Mickael's score has been upgraded, so he gets his score increased by 10 points, which does make a big difference. So that's the French coaches doing their job well. And Do-Hyun is matching this 10 zone. That left foot, but the right foot slipping around a bit.
Yeah, so he got his left foot on. It didn't look like he got it on comfortably, and he wasn't able to remove his right foot, so his weight was directly under that big blue. Not working for him, unfortunately, there.
And Sam Avezou is eyeing that up and nails the sort of skip over to the left. And now how will he do the top? I love watching these different ways. He's rocking in, really good with the hips, and he makes the match on top. Briefly holds the top of the wall to celebrate, and a good end to his comp.
I was sat here pointing to the left, willing his hips to move to the left there. They did. He didn't need any help, of course. I wasn't helping in the slightest, but good to see those hips move to the left, and he made such light work of that match, looking incredibly comfortable.
Yeah, so he's done, and we're left with Adam Ondra on the stage with 2 minutes to go, and Do-Hyun Lee on Boulder number 1 as well. Adam making sure that hold is ready for him, and brushing a big jug, because even though it is a big hold, you can still slide around on it.
It's a big hold, but also he's taking a big ride off it. You're getting a huge swing, generating lots of momentum, and you know you're swinging around on a hold. It's a jug, but when you're kind of horizontal or swinging about, suddenly it doesn't feel like a jug anymore.
No, we saw a few slips in the lead, especially from Toby. He was on good pockets. Adam facing outwards.
Well, a big slip from Adam in the lead too.
Yeah,
so
true.
He knows it can happen.
Yeah, so he's definitely going to make sure of that. Right, he starts the swing, kicking on the wall.
you can see he hasn't flipped his hands around. So similar to Toby, he's opting for that method. And it means that the trajectory, like I was saying earlier, the setup, the movement, it's so much harder. It's much more physical. They aren't able to find much flow into the movement. Yes, Adam stuck it that way earlier. It does work, and it actually means that when they get the movement right, they're super close into the wall, but much harder to set up.
So Adam needs to make those adjustments. Do-Hyun Lee bumps out towards the left, makes the match, wrapping those hands around. You can see the coating of liquid chalk on his hands, out towards the zone, and a big Tetris-style fall back down to the ground.
One thing we talk about quite a lot is lead and or boulder specialists, and Do-Hyun, I think, is our first athlete out that made both boulder and lead finals. And what we're seeing more and more in the younger athletes especially, and Adam too, having won World Cups and World Championships in both boulder and lead, but more so in the younger athletes, is that they don't have that specialism anymore. So they, like Do-Hyun and Sorato, who'll come out right at the end, both in the boulder and the lead final. To understand how impressive that is, go try and do your very best on lead and boulder at the same time, all the time. It is insane, and it is exactly what these athletes need to do to get that Olympic ticket. There's so much on the line here, and they are giving absolutely everything.
They are indeed. Right, the man running out is your lead gold medalist in the individual event, Jakob Schubert. I saw him in a hotel that night after he won. I said, look, I know you wouldn't have wanted to win that way. And he said, yeah, you know, obviously I would have wanted a bit more of a fight. But he was like, I can't believe I'm here. And that is just so true for Jakob. You know, he's a bit older now, still performing on the big stage, and wonderful to have him.
Yeah, I would also say Jakob's interview is one to listen to. He was absolutely beaming. Yes, it's not the way he wanted to win with some big slips, but he did say he felt in his best lead shape ever coming into Bern, but he knew everything had to go his way in order for him to take that title. You have to be in here to win it, right? And he did perform, and wow, what a display of his athletic ability it was. I said in the interview, he does so much for the sport, and it's so cool to see him kind of encouraging these young guns. One right here on the screen.
Oh, look at the shoulders there. Mejdi gets the flash. Just 50 seconds that took him, and he leaves with a fist pump, and that's back to the Mejdi we were expecting to come out onto the mats.
You say that, but Mejdi was struggling there. He was fighting into that last move. I actually am surprised it looked so difficult for him. You saw him hit the mat. It looked like he was fatigued. He was shrugging his shoulders. That's a boulder Mejdi should be able to do with his eyes closed. So yes, it's the Mejdi we want to see, him get into the top, but maybe not in the style that it was. I do hope he's able to persevere through this round. If he was feeling a little bit sick, he can just keep going, keep pushing, maybe do enough to get through, have a little rest day, and then show us what he's got, because that's not the Mejdi we're used to seeing.
Yeah, he's got to stay in touch in this boulder round, otherwise it's a long way back on the lead. Right, his teammate, Paul Gempt, has the left hand locked in. He's got the left foot on the, quote, jug for his foot. Brings the right in on that small jib, and he's looking down at this next move as he kicks to the left. And now let's see, he brings the right hand through, crimping in that bolt hold.
Yeah, trying to find anything he can just to help him out. Opting to change the method, and there we go. Look at his hips all the way to the left. Beautiful climbing from him. Really smooth movements throughout that midsection. It was a good lesson in slab climbing there, and as we talk about Paul, you know, he's one of 4 French men in this semi-final. We talked about the Japanese team being really, really strong, also the French team. So, you know, Mejdi not feeling up to it, not feeling kind of on top form. He can't, you said it's good to see him here. He doesn't have a choice if he wants to keep fighting for that ticket, because his chance might be over at the end of this competition. So, yeah, we want to see all athletes give their absolute best, as do all the athletes. They want to see each other give their best and win and beat everyone on their best day. It's a really beautiful sport, climbing, and people really do care about each other. I know everyone wants to hear all the stories and all the gossip, but there really isn't much, I would say.
There's not. A lot of pressure, though. And Jakob has flashed the high zone, so he's got the 10 points on the board, which means he can just concentrate on trying to get the 25. Brings the right toe up, adjusts it right on the edge into the undercling, matching with both hands. And then let's see what his skin's like as he bumps left with that wide palm. pressing in, dropping low on it.
He is. He's pressing and he's dropping low. He's in the position that he needs to be in, and he's still slipping. I think for him, this doesn't look like it's going to work out just because of how slippery it looks for him right now. Other athletes, the ones we've seen be successful, have managed to get some traction on that hold, so they're able to pull upwards, move their body weight and maneuver around that big blue. Jakob just not seeming to kind of stick to it so much.
Yeah, so he'll try to find some extra friction in the remaining minute. Alex Megos holds the jib with the thumbs pressed in on that blue hold, makes the match. And he drops down to that high point zone and will set himself for this jump. Bit like Sean Bailey with the right hand on an undercling, goes all the way up to the top. Like Paul, but not quite with the height.
Not quite with the height, body really far to the right, so he wasn't underneath it when he hit it. Alex also proving me wrong on that big swing in the middle there, that you can't do it by holding on. I'm pretty sure only his left thumb held him on at that point, so really impressive from him. If he can adjust his beater slightly, he can definitely top this climb. It's not one that I would normally expect Alex to be really comfortable on, but looking strong throughout that. However, only 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, the clock is an evil master as it talks down towards the 10-second mark. And Jakob bumping and missing. And he, a bit of frustration there as he looks over at that clock, which runs out of time. And just like that, Shauna, we're on to our final athlete out on the mat, Sorato Anraku. What a semi-final so far.
I'm sure someone speeds up time with the semi-finals. There is so much action going on, and it feels like you could blink and miss it. We are on our final athlete, and what an athlete it is.
Yeah, this young man came on at the beginning of the season. We didn't know what to expect, and boy, well, we've seen massive things out of him. And Sorato as well has this aura when he's walking around. I saw him in the venue early, and you can see him chilling out. He's just so calm.
He is incredibly calm and incredibly sweet too. He's 16 years old. You wouldn't know it from watching him climb. Such maturity in his climbing. But also, he's very friendly. He is in the arena. He's happy to chat to fans. He's actually really sweet with my daughter. They like to do animal noises together. We've seen him at breakfast quite a few times. He never, ever says hi to me because he's way too interested in saying hi to Frankie, which is absolutely fine. That's what happens when you have a baby. I'm cool with it. But yeah, his climbing speaks for itself. He has an ability to stick to the wall like maybe no one I've ever seen. And speaking to Jakob, he said it's so nice to be in the presence of one of the future greats, referring to Sorato. He mentioned Toby too. He knows that they're coming for him. It's amazing to see what Jakob's able to do, and also how much psyche he's got to see moments like this. And
oh, so close. That was his first go, though, so he'll get a chance to learn the boulder again. But, yeah, close on that first attempt.
And also the same as Adam, he was moving his fingertips around, so his palm was really stuck to that blue volume. I forgot the colour blue for a second there. That's how much
it's all right, it happens, don't worry. We've done a lot of talking over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, his fingers and tips moving around, so really pushing into those palms, the total opposite of Nicolai, but Nicolai almost making it work for him.
All right, Mika is, good jump from him with that hand flipped.
He caught a toe then, so he caught a right toe hook catch on the side of the volume. Really smart climbing there.
Yeah, something instinctually might have done. Now he's eyeing this up. Let's see if he can do it. We know he loves these kind of moves, but adjusting the body. Up he goes, 2 hands, 1 hand, close.
That was so close. He almost looked like he didn't know whether he wanted to match the 10 or go off the undercut in the Sean Bailey method we saw earlier. It seems like the matching the 10 sets you up better. It allows your hips to be further left, so your trajectory is much smoother. There's less transition for the hips to do, allowing you to focus on the paddle if you do that, or lifting the foot for the foot plant. He was really close then. If we can see him get there again, I do think we might see a top from Mika.
All right, well, that's what Mika has to do. Adam Ondra is in action, and Sorato, I said he was calm. He's having a moment to rest. He's worked out the beater, so he's just pausing to recover. Adam hits the no-text bit with the left foot and immediately kind of slides down.
Yeah, a little bit of inaccuracy from Adam there, maybe on the foot. Also sinking into it a bit too low. If he wants that method to work, he's going to need to be standing quite tall because the handhold isn't very good for him to pull on. So, yeah, needing to be more accurate with the foot placements, nice and tall with the hips. If he opts for that method again, he may change it up, though. There are so many methods on Boulder 4. he did change it up. He just tried to palm across the bottom. He tried to match palm mantle across the bottom. I would have loved to have seen that work. Unfortunately, he's going to stand back up and try his original method again.
Right, Sorato on the last move. Much better from here, makes the match. And I tell you what, the left hand, we talked about him sticking to things. That left palm was not moving as he brought his legs under. Incredible.
Not moving. He didn't seem to be slipping at all. We've talked about skin. Maybe his skin feels really good. Maybe he is just levels stronger than everybody else. It sure looks like that sometimes, but back to Mickael on Boulder 3. Just his ability to throw his hips to the left there to get that toe hook to work on that lâché landing. Really smart. And now he's into the final move. Oh, he's opting right hand on the black, left hand on the last hold. He was quite high on the black there. I don't know if you noticed, which meant that when he hit the left hand, his body weight was still quite far to the right. So he's got hopefully enough time to maybe squeeze in one more attempt, but he won't be able to falter and make any mistakes whatsoever as the clock does tick down.
It does, and he took a long look at that grey wall, trying to find the right place for his feet there, just checking it out, scoping it, and Adam, with a bit of a shake, he approaches it with 30 seconds to go. Oof, into the thumb, just. And let's watch what Adam does here. So out, skipping over, and yeah, fast way of doing it. You have to be so much more accurate when doing it like that.
Much faster, and he hasn't got the 10 on that climb yet.
Oh, so problems for Adam. Where's his score now? Having a look. So he's at 64.1. Yeah, he would like a little bit more. Meichi Narasaki out in front with Paul Jempft as well. Those two ahead of the curve at the moment. Mika peels off backwards. I think he's tired and done. And we say goodbye to Boulder One. That's it. Done.
And Meichi Narasaki, both brothers currently sitting in the top 3.
So the brothers are on the warpath here. The crowd sitting, enjoying, as a few beers have started to be cracked open in the crowd. Everyone enjoying this atmosphere, and there's a village outside as well where you can go and wander around, look at different brands, have a climb. So come down and join us here in Bern. And Jakob Schubert back in action.
And you can get free ice cream.
Can you?
Yeah, do you not know about
I
the
do
free
not
ice
know
cream?
about this. No one has informed me.
Well, I know all the secrets.
We'll have a word afterwards. I'll find the secrets. Pulls up and into these his first moves on Boulder Four.
Really smooth stand there, but followed by a slip, an unfortunate slip. He stood up really well, straight through his feet and hit that zone, that 5 zone well. And in the background, you can see Mejdi straight into that lâché move, landing it perfectly.
Oh yeah, powerful kick as well. Right, he sets himself up. Now, let's see what kind of Mejdi we've got, because he usually loves this kind of a move. Adjusting the feet. Makes the spring and close.
Yeah, so that is the method I believe the route setters intended. So you hit the black with 2 hands, pull through into the undercut. We've seen athletes doing things slightly differently and making it work for them. Mejdi, someone who normally on his best, on a normal day for Mejdi, not even on his best day, you see him cruising through moves like this. So it feels like he's got his wiggles out maybe. He's kind of finding his flow a little bit more now. He was so smooth on that first section. I hope he doesn't struggle with that again and we get to see him have some good goes at the top. Hopefully just one more good go. And then for Mejdi, you would expect him to top a boulder like this normally.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll see. He's got plenty of time. Alex using the slow method. And so interesting watching, that method and Adam's method of speeding across it. Alex just trying to figure it out. Mejdi once again into this last hold. He makes the bottom bit look like, well, it's a walk in the park for him.
It's hard to imagine that it's hard when you watch someone like Mejdi.
Yeah. Oh, that was closer.
Really close. He was too low on the blue hold. I'm almost certain that because he hit the bottom of the hold, it's not where the juggiest, biggest part of it is. Also, if he's low on it, to be able to get any pressure through the undercut, he's going to need to get his body weight super high. If he can move his hand a little bit higher up on that blue hold, hit the better part, I think we'll see him stick it.
Okay.
I hope he's seen the same thing.
Yes, exactly that. Out there on the mats, it can feel pretty lonely sometimes when you're trying to figure it out. And Alex and Mejdi are the only ones left. One is done, of course. 2 was topped. Alex coming up into the thumb, and keep an eye on those scores. Remember, it doesn't count for being knocked out, but you want as high as possible, as close to 100. Mejdi starts to swing, a real different angle in there.
such confidence in that movement, and I think when he climbs, he knows that he's capable of things like this. You see him hit that hold a tiny bit higher, but he was so much faster with his feet. He planted into that sidewall. He knew exactly what to do then, and great execution from him. Really cool to see him get those 25 points.
There is the French coach watching nervously. Every time we seem to catch him, he's very nervously watching on. I think he invests a huge amount. Of course, you would invest so much into your team. And Alex not finding the position quite yet on this.
Alex generally would say that he's not a fan of a slab, but he's had some amazing performances in many competitions on slab. He does know how to do it. If he finds the right body positions, he's seeming to not quite find his edge here. It's like he's not quite got comfortable and into it. The crowd are getting behind him now. It's quite hard actually on a slab when the crowd start getting going, because it's a weird one. Do you want ramping up for a slab, or do you want it to be nice and calm? Every athlete is different, of course, but you can kind of feel the crowd ramped him up to pull on and then have backed away a little bit now, because it almost feels a bit too much to encourage on a climb like this when you want to be delicate.
Yeah, that's a good point. You might get blown off by the audience's cheers. Who knows? But Alex is he's got 44 seconds to get into the top of the climb here.
Not just the top, because he's only got the 5 zone currently. So yes, the clock is ticking down, but even just getting that 10 zone will improve his score significantly. So he is going to be looking for that.
Yeah, and there it is. So close, but so far for Alex. That's all he's holding on to with the right hand. He's setting himself up to try to hit the zone. Gets it, but it's not going to count. Alex you can see the frustration. He knows this now is his last go, and he's going to have to go quickly onto it. 8 seconds remaining. Alex needs to get a jog on here. Gets that left foot on. He can hear the buzzers. Needs to hit the 10 and move through it. Gets it. Not sure that's going to be awarded.
He seemed to try the same method every time there, which I'm surprised at. Normally you would see climbers opting to try different methods. That must have just been what felt right for him. So he didn't, or wasn't able to make anything else feel possible. It's a shame we didn't get to see him really have a good fight on slabs. It can almost seem like athletes aren't trying, he was almost flopping off, but it's just because he couldn't find that position.
All right, well, Sorato Anraku moves down the wall from right to left. That's how the order is. He's on Boulder 2 now. Do-hyun Lee in the background as well on Boulder 3. You can just see him looking at that starting hold. Sorato, look at that flow as he catches the compression. Sticks the toe in, matches the 5. Oh, again. Sticky Sorato, that left palm is magic at the moment.
Yeah, he seems to lose his left foot very slightly there. You wouldn't even notice though, because he just held the swing casually. And I say casually because he just made such light work of that boulder. It almost looked like he was just warming up, to be honest.
Barely breathing is Sorato. He leaves the full 25 points on the table. Keep an eye on Mickael as well on the top right, as he can't quite get the balancing point yet. You can see it down at the bottom. Jakob Schubert's got some climbs to go, so that score of 35 should move up if he can get them, of course. And Sorato's climbing the leaderboard. Look at that as it flicks around. 49.9. So leaderboard flicking away there on the right.
We're all adjusting to this new system, including the leaderboard.
Exactly. It's just having a moment. All right. Mika is up, pressing into that starting jib. And notice how, Sean mentioned at the beginning, the pink line goes straight to that jib, not to the big ball itself. If it points to a volume and there's holds on the volume, then the holds on the volume counts, but not if it's specific.
It's a good look here. A slip from Mickael, but you saw he wasn't trying to reach out to that 10 zone. He was just trying to get in a balanced position, swap his foot. I expect then he would step his foot out and then reach to the 10 zone. Mature climbing from him in that he's not reaching before he's stable, but also maybe if he could reach out and get that 10 zone, those points are going to be important. So very different approach to Alex. Alex was going much faster, not looking for points, I think, looking to try and climb the boulder, of course, but Mickael opting for a much slower method, however, neither reaching the 10 zone just yet, but Mickael's method seeming much more likely right now.
Yeah, so he has got time as well, 2 minutes 25 on the clock. Do-Hyun Lee starts to swing back and forth, using that blue volume just to kick off. A bit too wild into that press.
Yeah, wild into the finishing position, so really quite good through the movement, but the ending, just continuing that momentum for a little too long, not stopping it as early as he needs to, which is why he's trying to foot swap and kick out. So why his body keeps continuing to move and he's just not able to stop in that position.
So he will go again on Boulder 3. Oh, gets the 10 with the left hand.
Gets the 10, he's moving it around, so I expect he'll be awarded it. Is slipping off there. Don't think the 10's been put on the board yet, but I think it should be. He didn't do any major movements, but a few subtle movements, but Do-Hyun Lee up on the last move.
And watching the leaderboard flick, it's not because he's been upgraded yet, it's just having a bit of a moment there, but we wait for that score. And I will keep an eye on the appeal process as well, but nothing come through yet.
And Mickael's score has been updated, so he has been given the 10. That's because he hit it and he used it. He was moving his body around and moving his body position. Even though he fell off whilst holding it, he gets that 10 zone.
All right, so points on the board, more points on the board for Meichi Mawem. 84.7 from Meichi Narasaki, still yet to be beaten, but Sorato Anraku has 2 tops to his name, so he has potential there. And Amika's already got this, and now his attention will be on the next part of the boulder. But of course, as you said earlier, he's got to get through the rest of it, first of all, to get the top.
Yes, he's got this tricky foot bump, which he sticks now, foot on what the root setter called a jug foot. It's not, it's teeny tiny. And then really great tension. You could see in his backhand that he held onto that 10 zone with his right hand. Really smart climbing from him. Hits one hand. Hopefully we see a big shift with his hips all the way to the left. Perfect climbing from Meichi there, just as you would expect from the world champion.
Yeah, the world champion. I haven't got used to saying that yet.
I'm not sure he has either.
Oh, I bet. Well, his score will be upgraded. He goes back to reset for this evening. Do-Hyun is left alone with 15 seconds to go. Falls down. I think he's going to call it there as well. He does. He says goodbye.
It's so hard to walk away after falling off the top and then not getting back up there. You know, you have that last hold in your hand or you get so close to it and then you just can't make the bottom section work. Your mind's distracted by what you want to do on the top. The frustration starts to build, but he still has one climb left to go, so he needs to get back into ISO, have a little reset, let that go, and then come out on the slab ready to go for those 25 points.
There we go. All right, Mejdi is on his last boulder, and Jakob Schubert comes out as well. We're in the green of Austria. Big Austrian team as well here, big para-climbing team there too. We interviewed Angelina Zeller, who's an incredible climber who campuses his way through lead walls, so please go and watch those highlights, give those para-climbers some support, and come and join us tomorrow for that broadcast. Now our cameramen are getting the shots on the left. Mejdi starts this press up. Thumb and a finger, almost pinching that hold.
Yeah, a little pig nose.
Yes.
As I've called it previously, but not this round.
Yes, you have. All right, so Mejdi, look at that right foot. He needs to bring that up, and he's trying to, dancing it upwards, looking at the first zone hold as he moves away from it.
Yeah, all his weight going on to the left now. He's reached out to the 10 before swapping the feet. Bit of a risky move. See, when he swapped his feet there, because he was reaching to the left, his body positioning didn't allow for his weight to shift. That's why he came off. That's why we saw Meichi not reach out before swapping the feet. So a different style there. I expect Mejdi will be awarded the 10. He hasn't been yet. Oh, it's just been updated. And that's because he moved his hips when he was there. So he used it to move his body. Very, very subtle movement, but definitely rightfully awarded, in my opinion.
I agree. Eagle eyes from our judges as well. They're doing a good job. We haven't seen that many controversies so far come through, and it is so hard when you've got this many athletes competing.
It sure is, and we've seen a lot of appeals, which is normal and understandable, but not many be awarded because the judge's decision was correct initially. It's totally fine for appeals to go in. That happens all the time. We're talking about them a lot more just because we know about them now, and we spoke about the app previously. If you haven't got the app, it's well worth downloading to be able to see the results, and if an athlete is highlighted in yellow on the app, that means they are under appeal, and then if that score changes, that would mean their appeal was awarded.
There we go. So lots of innovations here at the IFSC. We are trying to improve things all the time for your viewing pleasure at home, and also just the understanding of the sport. Right, Jakob is going to do this lâché. He starts with high feet and drops them down low.
You see, he hasn't changed his hands, so the only athletes we've seen do it like that are Toby, Adam, and now Jakob too. All of these athletes didn't try to flip their hands around, interestingly. Jakob did compete in lead recently, which was a similar style movement, a big swinging jump, where your hands were turned outwards, so on undercuts. So and same for Toby and Adam. So I'm a little surprised they didn't turn their hands around. It is a very different setup, but a similar style of movement with the hips anyway.
Yeah, so interesting micro adjustments from the athletes. Mejdi, oh, look at that clawing at the 10.
Yeah, and he's got his, I think he's maybe even got his thumbnail behind the edge of the volume here. Something that they are allowed to do and is questionable on whether you would want to do it yourself.
Oh, it creeps me out. It really does.
It creeps. I used to do it absolutely loads. It's so useful.
Oh.
Like fast movement there from Mejdi. 2 hands into that penultimate hold. Too fast, unfortunately. He's going to be getting frustrated, I imagine, because it's not a familiar position for him to be falling off a boulder like this. He also knows it's been topped because he's been in ISO. He'll have been hearing, or I expect he'll know it's been topped. Maybe not, but unusual if he didn't. So that pressure is building and the expectation is there.
Yeah, and it will help his score a lot. He's currently sitting on 69 as Jakob swings back and forth. If Mejdi can get this all bumping right towards the top. Jakob, similar movement every time. His shoulders coming up, and Mejdi goes again. No fingernail. Oh, well, it is a fingernail. I spoke to, so he's crimping the hole.
Yeah, so they can use the screw holes, they can use anything on that hole to try and help them stay on.
Serious finger strength required for that. He matches in now. And he'll be really wanting this. Drops down, 1 move away from Mejdi as he checks the time. He has got time, but now this sequence we see again, the figuring it out the last hold. Hips, though.
Hips all the way over. Every time. See, Matt, you're learning.
I'm getting there.
I can't wait to see how this changes your climbing.
Oh, I'm going to climb 8B tomorrow, I tell you. Well, Mejdi's done, and that look at his score, it's bumped up as well. And oh, Jakob wild into that first jug. He's got 11 seconds. He has to be quick here.
He really does, and
that's made such a difference to Mejdi's score. He's now into the low 80s, and you just realise on the lead wall later on, I mean, he needs to do so much less climbing to get a good score.
He does, and he's going to be looking for that spot in finals, and he is, again, an athlete that is competing against everybody here, but more so his fellow French teammates. Before he did that, there were 2 French men above him in the points. He's now sat 2nd in the French rankings. I know it sounds strange to point that out, but because of that quota, because there are only 2 spots for men and 2 spots for women per gender, it's really important to remember that. Obviously, it's all changing after lead when we see who's in the finals, and we can talk a lot more about that if there are multiple athletes from the same country in the final, but it's going to be playing on their minds. You have to remember that this is happening right now, and it could be the last opportunity for some of these athletes to qualify, whereas it isn't for other athletes.
Exactly, it's all to play for. And look at the footwork there. And
great
don't
work.
run fast.
Really fast after a round that I would expect he wasn't so happy with. Yes, he topped the second one, but had a bit of a struggle on the first one and a really fast top.
Yeah, so Dokkan's done. And then Sorato again skips across. Eyeing up that blocked hold.
What a save. So you can see he wanted to flip his hand, it didn't quite work. He slipped, but I talked about that 10 being a really good jug, and when they are given a jug, they do not let go easily, just as Sorato said. Interestingly, he didn't take much time to compose himself and set up. It was like the expectation was that he'd be able to flip the right hand and then jump from that position. When that didn't work out, he kind of had a go just to see. Hopefully he'll be able to learn, take a lot from that attempt that he just had, make some changes to his next attempt, but cool to see such fast action from him. You can see that his brain is always working. Even here now, he's looking around, his eyes darting about. So much maturity from a 16-year-old athlete, new to the circuit this year.
Very talented young man, for sure. 3 minutes left on the clock. He's on the judge, he flicks his hands. And Already his score right up there. Starting this swing. Look how far back those legs go.
Yeah, he's really throwing into that swing. It felt like, to me, his mind was on the last move when he was going into that final position, maybe not going quite as hard into the start position, into the first swing, sorry, and just a little distracted maybe. Not so much. I think he'll make that adjustment now. He has got his hands on his hips. It looks to me like he doesn't know the right method for the last move, and he's still having to think about it. That's why he stood looking hands on hips, looking a little bit confused maybe. Not something we see much from Sorato.
No, exactly. He's figuring it out as he goes. It's those shoulders, and yet after that save, he hasn't got back to the same position. Takes a sip of water. Now, this fascinates me because I was told you know, it's a good moment for the athletes to compose themselves. By taking that sip of water, it means they have to have a break. It forces them to have that moment of rest.
Very true, but also you don't want to drink too much water. I know one athlete who actually said they had to stop taking water into the ISO zone just behind the wall because when you're sat there, you're almost nervous. It's something to do. So I ended up drinking like an entire litre of water and then feeling really sick at the end of the round. So yeah, it definitely slows you down and changes the pace, gives you a little bit of reflection time, but maybe not wanting to drink an entire litre as you're going through a round just because that doesn't sit good on your tummy.
No, not good for sloshing around when you're jumping up there. Although it might swing a bit of momentum, you never know.
Yeah, maybe.
Right, coming up to the minute mark for Sorato on M3. And keep an eye on the scoreboard as well.
Really interesting that he's not been able to make this first move work again after making it seem so easy earlier. I wonder, I spoke about earlier, I was saying how when you do a move and execute it, if you're able to repeat it, something we see more often in the more experienced climbers, being able to remember that movement and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it, something these athletes will train actually. I would definitely urge anyone listening that wants to improve their climbing, if you do a hard boulder, especially a movement boulder, do it every single session when you go back. Keep doing it again and again and again because you will learn so much from being in that space. Little pro tip there.
That's a good tip, yeah.
And you see here, if you're not able to repeat it, then that has big effects, especially in competition. So yeah, I think it's really beneficial for anyone at any level being able to repeat things that are hard for them and trying to do it every session.
There we go, pro tips here in the commentary box. You don't have to pay extra for that as well. Free advice. So Sorato starts to swing. Look how many athletes are on the 69 mark as well. Interesting. Not much separating the from 4 to 6. Oh, I say 6, the joint 6s.
There really isn't, and we do have a couple of ties, not very many, interestingly, which is why the scoring system is this way. And hopefully after the lead, we will see all separation, but I've said previously in the last round, if there are ties, there is a way to break ties if we come to that for the Olympic selection spots. It's a complicated document. I have it up and ready on my phone should I need to explain it. I'm not going to do that ahead of time. I'll wait and see if we have a tie in an important spot.
Actually, because I'm not going to do it at all, so it's entirely your responsibility, Shauna. So I'm glad you've taken that in hand.
Thanks, Matt.
That's all right.
I know my role.
All right, Jakob is on his final climb here. Oh, that thumb popped twice.
Tried to save it, not quite. Could you see his shoulders were really far back then? If he can get those into the wall, his weight will be going through his feet much more effectively, and he won't be having to fight his body weight trying to pull him off backwards. Hopefully he can make that adjustment now. Shoulders in, so much better. Thank you, Jakob, proving my point perfectly.
Yeah, he's learnt a lot throughout his competition history. On a bronze medal at the Olympics, but that foot popped him off.
A big slip there, and something I keep mentioning again and again is how the holds change throughout a round, how the friction changes. Unfortunately, it's part of the game. There's no avoiding it, but an important thing to mention, this hold's had 20 athletes stood in it already. It's going to have changed. Their rubber's going to be left on. It's getting brushed, and it's really worth noting that these holds do change throughout a round. Not saying that's why Jakob slipped. Maybe he just didn't have the tension going through his foot quite right. Maybe he wasn't concentrating. He openly admits that he's not the biggest fan of a slab, but he can do them. We know he can do them. He knows he can do them. He just needs to keep it together, and he is going point hunting too. So it's not just about getting that top. That 10 zone is right there.
Yeah, and he does need to go point hunting because he's low down at the moment. I mean, no position isn't important, but points are, and he's almost halfway behind the leader at the moment. So Jakob needs a big score here to jump him up, although he's going to have a huge amount to do in the lead. Remember, we're looking for just 8 athletes in the lead after the lead competition to move forward into the finals. And the finals is where the Olympic places are given away. So all to play for everyone at the moment. But Meichi Narasaki, 84.7. What a score from that man.
Every time you say that, every time we talk about the finals and those Olympic spots, I get butterflies in my tummy. I remember being in this position, what it meant, how it feels for these athletes as they're heading into this round. This competition is so intense. At World Championships in 2019 was where our very first spots for the Olympics were awarded, and it was an emotional roller coaster, to say the least. It was the most surreal event, but it was also so incredibly intense, going from round to round to round. Yes, we had speed as well, and it is separate now, but I think that's only made things more intense for the speed athletes. It is all weighted on what they do on their runs, and for the lead and boulder, because suddenly you've just got these 2 disciplines, so you're having to weight more pressure in each round, and it's great to see the crowd getting behind Jakob now. I think they know that it's important for him to collect these points too. He knows he doesn't look comfortable out there. If he can relax into it a little bit more, get his weight shifted over onto his feet, it'll definitely help him. But he doesn't look to be having the best time, and understandably so if slab's not his favourite.
Yeah, and apologies if you heard that swear word there from Jakob. It's out there on the mats. He's frustrated, of course, and out into the thumb, pressing upwards. He's got 1:26, and he needs something here. 44.8 is his score.
You saw there, maybe if you were looking at his foot, he opted to stand on his heel. An interesting choice to be able to weight the foot very well, but he's trying different things. He is getting frustrated. These athletes put so much passion, so much energy, so much effort into the preparation for this event. It is not just this moment that you're watching right now. It is years and years of dedication. Just like Mickael said when he won that gold medal, 10 years it felt like he'd been preparing for that moment. Jakob, an experienced athlete, choosing to do very specific competitions this year to prepare for this event, and we are in it right now. This is what counts towards that Olympic selection. He needs points on the board in order to get to the final where those tickets are awarded, and it doesn't look like he's going to get points in this boulder. So you can feel the energy coming from him right now, the frustration. It is entirely understandable.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at his eyes on that thumb. He's willing it to stick underneath. Left foot pressing down, right foot on the wall. It's not going to be enough for Jakob Schubert. And of course, he's going to keep going, but it doesn't look close at the moment.
It doesn't, and I think he did try something slightly different there. He went faster with the feet. He's going to be frustrated that he's not tried that sooner. I think he's going to try it really quickly again now. You saw he went fast with the feet and almost landed in a position that looked like he might hold it, like he was kind of giving up mid-move because the clock was ticking down and he didn't have enough time to stick it. He's literally been tickling 10 points. He knows he only got 5, and they were right there. So it does seem to change things a little bit with these big points on the wall. Suddenly, it's really obvious to the climbers how much those points count, and the positions less so, and the points much more so now.
Yeah, it's a strange adjustment to make. I'm so used to getting athletes knocked out. And of course, tonight we will get that. It's points and position this evening. But right now, it's just this build-up to it. It's kind of exciting, actually. It feels like halfway done, like a cliffhanger before this evening.
Yeah, it's quite strange to pause. Almost it feels midway through a round, because obviously this is the semi-final of the lead and boulder, and this is a boulder pot. So we'll see all 20 athletes and 21 in the women, because there was a tie, compete on the lead routes later. They are up on the wall right now. We don't know which is which currently, but all eyes on Sorato as he makes light work of this final boulder. Great work with his hips all the way to the left. Easy match and a big smile from him too.
Yeah, he needed that too. He was in the 60s. Now he's going to be in the 80s, which make a big difference. Shauna, we're done. That's 2 semi-finals.
Whew. Is it, or is it 2 half semi-finals?
I don't. Yeah, who even knows what's going on anymore? But the coaches will start to pack up, prepare their athletes, and we'll wait to have a look at the scores. Remember, appeals can happen, so the points might change, the positions won't, because we're not losing anyone. but we will have a look at the scores before we say goodbye. And the next semi-final is lead. That's taking place at 8:30 Central European time, and Sorato, with that top, jumps up to the top of the leaderboard, 84.9, and down to Paul Jemser in the 84s, and then Mejdi in the 83. Good bounce back from his well. 2 French athletes up there. As we travel down, we see the points decrease. 60s up until Colin Duffy in number 9. 60s Toby Roberts as well, but high 60s down to Colin Duffy. And then the rest of the athletes from there, 60s as well to Adam Ondra. Sam Avezou in the 50s, as is Yoshiki Ogata, dropping into the 40s. And that 50 mark, compared to the rest of the athletes, mean they've got a lot of work to do this evening. And you have to start relying on others making mistakes.
Yeah, it's all to play for still, it feels like, but that top section, so those higher scoring points are the ones to watch. They're the ones with the pressure piled on though too, because they maybe will be more relaxed going into the lead route, knowing they can kind of not as much pressure potentially, but I think that will kind of almost have a reverse effect. We're going to see a lot of action. It's going to be a lot of numbers shifting around, because yes, how other people do might affect where you position. Of course, it's competition. It's a crazy game, this lead and Boulder event, and it's exciting. I like the points actually when you're referring to all the results and talking about who's in which point section. It feels exciting, especially when we come to lead. We will be able to see where those points change. They will be points on the wall, and we will know exactly what their entire points collectively will be as soon as they've climbed, and what others need to do to get in that top spot. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be exciting and very, very intense.
Exactly. Well, that's all to come. 8:30 Central European time. We'll be back. Join myself and Shauna Coxey for more climbing action. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.